Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to the 21st Informal ASEM Seminar on Human Rights, and thank you for joining us. My name is Leo Faber, and I will be accompanying you as Master of Ceremony over the next few days. We are very pleased to have this seminar, which will provide very valuable opportunities to discuss on the nexus between human rights and environment, and as well as an opportunity to exchange some best practices and innovations on how to further strengthen the relationship between these two. So one house order, please turn off your phones. We are, of course, in a hybrid setting, so this makes it a little bit more complicated, but we hope that this format will also provide opportunities for in-person, but also online exchanges and networking collaboration. So I will not keep you longer. I will invite my colleague and friend, Mr. Morikawa, the Executive Director of the Asia-Europe Foundation, to give the introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. Your Excellency, Mr. Jan Asselborn, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Your Excellency, Madame Michelle Bachelet, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Dr. David R. Boyd, UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, distinguished representatives of the Steering Committee of the Informal Asia-Europe Seminar Series, distinguished government representatives and the representatives of the civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Moyen. At the outset, allow me to reiterate ASEM's statement on the 1st of March, ASEM Day. Let us remember that peace is a precondition for implementing all the sustainable development goals. Peace can only be realized through the pursuit of dialogue. Violence is not the solution. Our thoughts are with the innocent people on the ground whose lives have been suddenly torn apart. In welcoming you to this 21st Informal ASEM Seminar on Human Rights, I appeal. Peace is a precondition of realization of all the human rights. On behalf of the Asia-Europe Foundation, I would like to convey our deepest appreciation to His Excellency, Minister Asselborn, for hosting the 21st Informal ASEM Seminar on Human Rights on the theme Human Rights and Climate Change. We are grateful for the excellent collaboration of your committed colleagues that has led to the fruition of this event. I'd like to extend further my deepest gratitude to His Excellency on behalf of the entire ASEF team for his very important contribution to our organization and further Asia and Europe, namely the secondment of His Excellency Ambassador Leon Paul Faber to our organization. His leadership, passion, and insight are the best gift from Luxembourg to ASEF to navigate through the ocean of the complex difficulties. The Asia Europe Foundation was founded in 1997, following the launch of the Asia Europe meeting, ASEM, in the previous year. ASEF's role is to complement the ASEM process by translating Asia Europe meeting agenda into concrete activities that enhance exchange between civil society and governments of Asia and Europe. This year marks the 25th anniversary of ASEF. 25 years of unwavering commitment to promote better mutual understanding between Asia and Europe through greater intellectual, cultural, and people-to-people exchange. We renew our commitment to be relevant by promoting multilateralism and a rule-based system through the dialogue and the cooperation between Asia and Europe. 2022 also marks the 25th anniversary of the Informal ASEM Seminar on Human Rights, which makes it one of the longest running programs of ASEF. The seminar provides a platform for non-confrontational dialogue on human rights issues between Asian and European officials and civil society. The seminar, which is co-organized by the Asia Europe Foundation, the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Sweden, and the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of France, the Philippines, Switzerland, and the People's Republic of China, is the only multilateral human rights dialogue that takes place at the ASEM level and between Asia and European government and civil society representatives. Unfortunately, the global health crisis created by the COVID-19 pandemic has also impacted heavily on our projects to bring the Asians and the Europeans together. While we managed to continue to serve the cause of the exchange between our two regions by transforming the projects to mainly online events, I have the pleasure to announce that this seminar is the first physical event ASEF organizes since the beginning of the pandemic. This edition of the seminar on human rights will highlight the nexus between human rights and climate change. It provides a platform for discussion not only about the right to a healthy environment, but also concrete mechanisms available on the national and international levels to ensure this newly minted human right is accessible to everyone, especially the most vulnerable within the ASEM constituency. In past seminars, we have analyzed preeminent topics within the human rights sphere: the rights of children, the prevention of violent extremism, human trafficking, and the rights of older persons, all immensely pertinent and pressing issues. However, the intersection between human rights and climate change has largely been underexplored in the mainstream, and is an area of human rights that has only gained traction in recent years. It was only in 2021 that the UN Human Rights Council declared that the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is indeed a human right. While this is welcome news, I believe I do not stand alone in saying that greater actions should be undertaken to mitigate the consequences of a rapidly transforming climate that perpetuates human rights violations. In other words, the rights-based approach should be integrated in our efforts to tackle global climate change. In this respect, The seminar's working groups will center on 4 thematic areas: reinforcing socio-ecological resilience of communities through information and public participation, promoting the full enjoyment of human rights by all persons affected by climate change, innovative ideas on international cooperation to address the impacts of climate change on human rights, and stocktaking on national and international human rights regimes to protect against the consequences of climate change. The preparation of seminar's informative background paper was led by Dr. Annalisa Savaresi, senior lecturer in law at the University of Stirling, with support from Dr. Stellina Jolie, associate professor of South Asian University in New Delhi. We thank them sincerely for their commitment for providing their extensive knowledge on the impact of climate change on human rights in the comprehensive document. And we look forward to their presentation later today. We are also very fortunate to have several dignitaries and experts from international organizations, National Human Rights Institute, and civil society present. We are particularly honored that His Excellency Mr. Jean Asselborn, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Her Excellency Ms. Michelle Bachelet, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and Dr. David R. Boyd, UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, are with us today to jointly deliver the keynote addresses. I would also like to warmly welcome all the experts and thank them for their commitment and willingness to share their expertise and experience, especially under the current circumstances. The success of the seminar rests on the multidisciplinary backgrounds of the participants and their open-mindedness to share and collaborate. I wish the following 3 days will be filled with meaningful discussions, mutual learning, and cooperation. Perhaps by the end of this seminar, we will witness a broadening of mindsets from one that views human rights and climate change as 2 separate issues to a more nuanced understanding of both issues, which reveal themselves to be closely linked. Thank you so much for your attention. Vielmals merci.
Thank you, Toru. Thank you. May I now invite the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, Dr. David Boyd. Dr. Boyd is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment as an Associate Professor of Law, Policy and Sustainability at the University of British Columbia. He has also been a special advisor to the former Prime Minister of Canada, Paul Martin, and was also an executive director of Eco-Justice. Dr. Boyd was appointed as the 2nd ever Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment in August 2018. And in his role, Dr. Boyd has called for individual countries and the UN to formally recognize the right to a healthy and sustainable environment, which is what the UN Human Rights Council adopted and recognized as a historical vote in October last year. It is our great pleasure to have you here today. Please, Dr. Boyd. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Faber, Ambassador Morikawa, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say, it's an absolute pleasure to be at a meeting in person after 2 years of Zoom meetings, and I'm very pleased to remember to wear pants and not pajamas to this meeting. Yes, I want to start off by just talking about the global climate crisis, which everyone here is aware of the urgency and the incredible difficulties which we as a species face, a difficulty of our own making. The latest reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are striking in their language they're using and confirm that we are living in the midst of a global climate emergency. Last August's report from Working Group 1 on physical climate science described the unexpectedly rapid intensification of extreme weather events. And the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, summarized this 4,000-page report as code red for humanity. 2 weeks ago, Working Group 2 of the IPCC issued its report on adaptation, outlining 127 key risks that climate change is imposing on humanity. And again, in his inimitable style, the Secretary General described this 4,000-page report as an atlas of human suffering. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 in 2 humans today live in a region that faces severe water stress, increasingly exacerbated by climate change. And I'd just like to share a personal anecdote. I'm Canadian. I live on the west coast of Canada. Last July, we endured something called a heat dome, an expression which I had never heard before. And temperatures reached 50 degrees on the west coast of Canada, 50 degrees. Absolutely unprecedented. This caused more than 600 people to die, mainly older persons and persons living in poverty, caused the death of literally billions of marine animals. And then 2 months later, we were hit by something called an atmospheric river. Again, a phrase I had never heard in my life, but absolutely unprecedentedly violent rainstorm that destroyed many billions of dollars worth of infrastructure, including the highway and the railway that link Vancouver to the rest of Canada. So this is a climate emergency. And the global climate crisis is also a human rights crisis. The rights to life, health, food, water, cultural rights, the rights of the child, and of course, as Ambassador Morikawa mentioned, the right to live in a healthy environment are all being jeopardized and violated on a daily basis. And these adverse impacts fall disproportionately upon the shoulders of poor, disadvantaged, and marginalized communities. In my role as Special Rapporteur, I have witnessed firsthand the devastating impacts of the climate crisis upon human beings. In Fiji, I visited Vunidogoloa, one of the first communities in the world that had to be completely relocated because of climate change, because of rising sea levels, storm surges, and saltwater contamination of their water supply and their agricultural lands. I also met a number of Fijians who had lost their homes in a Tropical Cyclone Winston in 2016, now living in very rough conditions in informal settlements on the outskirts of the Fijian capital, Suva. And not only enduring those rough conditions, but because of increased flooding, again, associated with climate change, experiencing regular outbreaks of typhoid fever, a disease which was once considered eradicated from Fiji. I've met pastoralists from Kenya whose cattle starved to death because of a prolonged drought, pushing these poor Kenyans into extreme poverty. In northern Norway, I met with indigenous Sami people the heart of their culture is reindeer herding, and increasingly warm and erratic weather is making reindeer herding an unsustainable activity. It's crystal clear that the people of Fiji, Kenya, other climate vulnerable nations, indigenous people, have played little or no role in generating the climate crisis, yet are bearing the disproportionate burden of having to lose their homes, lose their livelihoods, relocate and rebuild their communities. And I share these stories with you because the majority of people in the room today are from the world's wealthy nations. And it is the wealthy nations that have caused the climate crisis and therefore bear both a moral and a legal responsibility for paving the way for solutions. It's 3 decades ago now that countries of the world negotiated the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, pledging to prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the Earth's climate system. Since that time, global greenhouse gas emissions have not gone down. They have increased by close to 70%. The burning of oil, coal, and natural gas has all jumped dramatically. And we are nowhere near meeting the commitments in either the Framework Convention or the Paris Agreement. And really, the Achilles heel of international environmental law, its greatest weakness, is a complete lack of compliance and enforcement mechanisms, which results in a lack of accountability. And so we're living in a situation today where the world's leading scientific bodies are calling for rapid, systemic, and transformative changes. And that's where my comments today take a brighter hue, because human rights have a potentially powerful role to play in bringing about those much-needed transformations. If we look back at the events of recent centuries, we can see that human rights have been a catalyst for transformative changes. The abolitionists invoked freedom and equality in successfully bringing about the end of slavery. The women's rights movement, the civil rights movement, the people working to end apartheid in South Africa, and indigenous peoples have all used human rights to bring about transformative changes in human society. It's not easy, it's not instant, and human rights are not omnipotent, but there is this track record of transformative change. And that's why it's so exciting to recognize, as Ambassador Morikawa mentioned, that last October, on Friday, October the 8th, the United Nations Human Rights Council recognized for the first time at the global level that everyone, everywhere, has the fundamental human right to live in a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. A human right that includes clean air, safe and sufficient water, healthy and sustainably produced food, non-toxic environments where people can live, work, study, and play, healthy ecosystems and biodiversity, and of course, a safe climate. And this is not a legally binding resolution. It's not enforceable, but it is going to be a catalyst for accelerated action. And we can look back at 2010, the last time that the United Nations recognized a human right, the rights to water and sanitation, to see what kind of impact these resolutions can have. Those resolutions of 2010 have been a catalyst for changes in constitutions in Costa Rica, Fiji, Mexico, Slovenia, Tunisia, and other countries. Those resolutions were a catalyst for changes to laws in Colombia, France, and other countries. And most importantly, those resolutions were a catalyst for action on the ground to change people's lives. In Mexico, they've delivered clean drinking water to more than 1,000 rural communities in the past decade. In Slovenia, they've provided safe drinking water to Roma communities living in informal settlements on the outskirts of Slovenian cities. In my country, Canada, the resolutions on the right to water changed our government's position in a way that led them to enter into partnerships with more than 120 remote rural indigenous communities to bring safe drinking water to those communities that had done without for decades. And we're beginning already to see human rights spark positive changes in the field of climate action. And I'll just review some of these quickly with you. Powerful new climate legislation with a focus on human rights in the Philippines, in Guatemala, in Mexico, and Fiji. In Uruguay, an inspiring fusion of human rights experts and climate experts were brought together to develop Uruguay's National Climate Action Plan. And in the past decade, Uruguay has gone from being a country that was importing fossil fuels to generate the majority of its electricity to a country that generates almost all of its electricity with renewables and now exports clean electricity. A growing number of states have incorporated human rights into their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, including Costa Rica, the Maldives, and the Marshall Islands. More than 40 nations have joined the Powering Past Coal Coalition, pledging to end all use of coal for electricity generation by 2030. At least 10 states already generate more than 95% of their electricity from completely renewable sources. And it's an unlikely group of states. Albania, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Costa Rica, Iceland, Namibia, Norway, Paraguay, Tajikistan, Uruguay, and Zambia. And there are also a growing number of cases in which courts have used human rights to hold governments and businesses accountable for taking much more ambitious climate action. 2 cases in recent months in Argentina and South Africa, where courts have stopped offshore oil and gas exploration because it would violate the right to a healthy environment by endangering marine mammals such as whales. And you have the famous climate cases from the Netherlands, from Germany, from Colombia, where courts have ordered much more ambitious climate action. My time is short, but the bottom line is this, ladies and gentlemen. Human rights must be the heart of all climate action. We must recognize that this is actually an obligation, not an option. And we must seize the moment and use human rights, including the right to a healthy environment, to knock down the walls of resistance that are holding us back from making the rapid, systemic, and transformative changes that the scientists are telling us are necessary to achieve climate solutions and end the climate crisis. The time for talk is over. The time for action is now. Thank you so much for listening today, and I look forward to working with all of you in the months and years ahead to address the climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd, and you have set the scene and very interesting and inspiring speech. Thank you for that. Now, it is my great pleasure to welcoming the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Madame Michelle Bachelet, as for her keynote speech. She will join us online. She barely needs introduction, but she has assumed her functions as the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights in 2018, and prior of which she served as President of Chile on 2 occasions, but she has also been a Minister of Health and as well as Chile's and Latin America's first female defense minister. During her presidential tenures, she promoted the rights of all, but particularly those of the most vulnerable. Among her many achievements, education and tax reforms, as well as the creation of the National Institute for Human Rights and the Museum of Memory and Human Rights stand out, as do the establishment of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality, the adoption of quotas to increase women's political participation, and the approval of Civil Union Act legislation, granting rights to same-sex couples and thus advancing LGBT rights. Madame Bachelet was the first Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Women, the organization dedicated to fighting for the rights of women and girls internationally. High Commissioner, as I said, she will deliver her speech virtually. It is a great honor for us to have you here today. So maybe we can turn into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Faber, Ambassador Morikawa, Honorable Jan Asselborn, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, Dr. David Boyd, Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment, Excellencies, colleagues and friends. It is a pleasure for me to be with you all today. I want to thank the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, along with the co-organizers, for hosting this seminar and for your principled leadership to advance international solidarity in our climate crisis. But let me add to what the Ambassador Morikawa mentioned, is that I think we all hope that peace can be achieved as soon as possible and end the grievances of the people in Ukraine. And I also hope with all my heart that multilateral efforts can be successful to ensure peace, as we need a multilateral commitment to deal with all the global and tremendous challenges we are facing. I want to say that ASEM is exactly the kind of multilateral platform that we need at a time when the world is facing multiple human rights challenges, including the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. As the United Nations Secretary General has outlined in our common agenda, multilateralism is key to advancing human rights and sustainable development for all in a world that is better able to handle interlinked challenges such as climate change, the continuing pandemic, a growing hunger, extreme poverty, armed conflict, and injustice. Environmental degradation is among the greatest threats that humanity faces, and addressing it must be at the core of all policymaking. We are running out of time, as David Boyd was mentioning. In terms of global policymaking, 2021 saw 2 milestones related to human rights, climate change, and the environment at the Human Rights Council. The Council recognized that a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is a universal human right. Its resolution 48/13 recognized environmental degradation and climate change as interconnected human rights crisis and acknowledged the massive damage inflicted by climate change and environmental destruction of millions of people worldwide. And I think David Boyd was very clear and showing a lot of examples on this regard. The Council's resolution 48/14 also created a special rapporteur on human rights and climate change. This will contribute to increase expert knowledge and awareness about the range and severity of human rights impact from climate change. It will support the resilience and adaptive capacity of people in vulnerable situations to respond to these adverse impacts. Environmental degradation affects a wide range of human rights, including the right to life, to self-determination, to development, to health, to food, to water, sanitation, adequate housing, and cultural rights. It can lead also to social tensions and fuel conflict over resources. And we have seen in many parts of Africa, intercommunal fights because of the scarcity of water or land between farmers and herders, for example. And this will only be, I would say, worse if we are not able to really address climate change. It can lead also, its heaviest burdens are shouldered by those who are always least protected from harm. People and communities who are already in vulnerable situations because of poverty, sex, age, disability, migration status, or any other factor leading to discrimination. And of course, this harms them, but it harms all of society as well. Across Asia, Europe, and every other region of the world, climate change is already damaging lives, affecting livelihoods, and curtailing rights. In such a context, the states have an obligation under international human rights law to take mitigating measures to prevent human rights harms caused by climate change and to provide people with the means to adapt. They have a responsibility to mobilize the maximum available resources for sustainable human rights-based development, and they have a duty to support climate action. Many low-income countries are among the hardest hit, and they cannot do this work alone. International cooperation and assistance for climate change and mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage is essential to address the effects of climate change on those who face its worst impact. I therefore welcome recent commitments by a number of states, including Luxembourg, to bolster international climate finance, particularly mitigation and adaptation assistance. Luxembourg's International Climate Finance Strategy for 2021-2025 doubles its international climate funding to 200 million euro, a significant step in the right direction. In 2020, the European Investment Bank committed 37% of its financing to fight climate change. At the regional level, the European climate law requires all European Union member states to significantly reduce net greenhouse gas emission by 2030 and achieve climate neutrality by 2050. The recently launched ASEAN State of Climate Change report presents a number of climate action measures needed to move towards the ASEAN 2050 climate vision and transit towards net zero greenhouse gas emissions. A wide number of countries are taking climate action. In January, the government of Indonesia announced the revocation of 192 palm oil and forestry permits as part of its efforts to reach its net carbon sink target by 2030. But far more needs to be done to fulfill existing climate finance commitments and to meaningfully address the loss and damage that is already being suffered by so many. We are dangerously close to the crucial 1.5 temperature threshold established by the Paris Agreement. If Europe and Asia can work together to meaningfully combat climate change through human rights-based action, they can bring much needed relief to our entire planet. So we need to place, as David Boyd was mentioning, people's rights at the heart of the response to climate change and ensure that no one is left behind. This means prioritizing the views, the needs, and the protection of marginalized groups and others in vulnerable situations. They, like everyone, have a right to meaningful and informed participation in climate policymaking and to access justice for the harms they suffer. Together with the right to access information about climate change, these are critical elements of the human rights-based approach to policymaking. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, risk from climate change can be reduced through rights-based approaches that focus on capacity building, meaningful participation of the most vulnerable groups, and their access to key resources, including financing. By empowering the people and communities at the forefront of the climate crisis, human rights-based climate action increases their resilience and effectiveness as agents of change. Women, youth, and indigenous peoples, many of whom act as environmental human rights defenders, are crucial partners in the efforts to protect the environment. Human Rights Council Resolution 40/11 highlighted the critical linkages between the work of environmental human rights defenders and the public's enjoyment of human rights, environmental protection, and sustainable development, and it called for states to better protect their lives and rights. The UN Secretary General has also called for better protection for environmental human rights defenders who face increasing threats to their lives and work in numerous countries, often with little hope for accountability. My office assists in the development of detailed, practical guidance on this issue. We stand ready to support states in their effort to address all aspects of the climate crisis through a human rights-based approach. For example, OSCHR's Southeast Asia Regional Office strongly advocates a human rights-based approach in states' climate actions, with a focus on the right to participation. With Southeast Asia among the world's most lethal regions for environmental human rights defenders, protecting the valuable work is a priority. Recommendations to be issued by the first dedicated forum for environmental human rights defenders in the Asia-Pacific region, which we were honored to organize, provide useful guidance regarding accountability for threats or violence against environmental human rights and recognition of the value of their work, among other points. Children are also profoundly impacted by climate change and environmental damage. And we have partnered with UNEP and UNICEF in publishing principles and policy guidance on children's right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in the ASEAN region. In May, we will host an Asia regional dialogue on climate justice for children, youth, and future generations. I welcome also the clear recommendation for climate adaptation and mitigation action in ASEAN State of Climate Change report. I also welcome commitment to strengthen EU action on these matters under the EU Human Rights and Democracy Action Plan 2020-2024. Our regional office in Brussels worked to integrate human rights standards and guidance into the EU policies, and we and our UN partners will continue working with the EU to promote concrete cooperation and support at country and regional levels in order to materialize this policy commitment in Asia. Excellencies, failure to adopt human rights-based policy to fight climate change will increase people's suffering, fuel greater grievances, undermine development policy, and lead to greater poverty, greater displacement, and higher risk of conflict. There is a better way. This seminar can make a difference by contributing to deeper, more meaningful collaboration between Asia and Europe to advance human rights-based environmental action towards our joint goal of stopping the triple planetary crisis. Please know that my office is committed to supporting you in this work, and I wish you productive and action-oriented discussion. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, High Commissioner, for your encouraging words, and we will take them to heart. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jean Asselborn, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and of European Affairs of Luxembourg. He has been the chief diplomat of Luxembourg since 2004 and is actually now the longest serving minister among his colleagues in the European Union. Since 2013, he has also been Minister of Immigration and Asylum. And before joining the government, Minister Asselborn was the mayor of Steinfurt, his hometown, and from 1982 to 2004, and the Member of Parliament from 1984 to 2004. In October 2012, under his stewardship, Luxembourg was for the first time elected to a non-permanent seat of the United Nations Security Council, and for 2013 and 14. And throughout his career, Mr. Asselborn has consistently stood up for human rights, especially the human rights of migrants. Under his leadership, Luxembourg was finally also elected to the UN Human Rights Council for the term of 2022 to 2024, and the country's first mandate as a member of this council. Minister Asselborn, the floor is yours.
So, dear Leo Faber, dear Speaker of our Parliament, dear parliamentarians, Fernand, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to welcome you to the Asia-Europe meetings, 21st Informal Seminar on Human Rights here in Luxembourg. The gathering of two regions representing 60% of the world's population could not be timelier. In the face of the ongoing aggression war against Ukraine, we must remember that some of the most serious human rights violations are perpetrated during armed conflicts. Luxembourg strongly condemns the military aggression against Ukraine and urges Russia to fall back. While the world has changed over the last 2 weeks, the geopolitical nature is not changed. Russia remains our neighbor in the East and must therefore ensure a return to peace and stability in the future. At last year's ASEM summit, our leaders came together to show their commitment to strengthen multilateralism between Asia and Europe. They made it clear that no country, no region can deal with challenges such as COVID-19 pandemic, but also protectionism and climate change alone. This rings particularly true today. Now, more than ever, it is imperative to foster even greater cooperation between our two regions. While threats to peace and stability and humanitarian crisis are undeniably at the top, of our agenda, we cannot overlook more identifying concerns. The impact of climate change continues to have disastrous consequences on people's life and livelihoods, particularly in Asia. Rising temperatures and changes in the intensity of rainfall, river flow, floods, droughts are already affecting the livelihoods of millions of people that rely on natural resources. No one is immune to the impact of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. What is more, climate change is a direct threat to human rights. Last October, the UN Human Rights Council formally recognized the universal human right to a clean, to a healthy, to a sustainable environment, calling on all countries to work together with all partners involved to implement this groundbreaking resolution. The Council has also established a new special rapporteur on human rights and climate change. Luxembourg supported this mandate from the beginning as we face the drastic effects of the climate crisis. We must consider the protection of every human being's human rights at any time and also in any place. As a newly elected member of the Human Rights Council, Luxembourg intends to do just that. Along with our three priorities on the support of rule of law, civic space and human rights defenders, on gender equality and the fight against discrimination, and the protection and promotion of children's rights, my country strives to promote sustainable development and climate action based on human rights. Luxembourg is committed to adopting an approach that is guided by solidarity, by multilateralism and cooperation, and adherence to the right-based international order in all climate action projects. In that respect, Luxembourg is proud to host this year's seminar on human rights and climate change by providing an interregional platform that allows us parties to connect beyond the existing multilateral fora. The ASEM process operates as a backbone to the Human Rights Council's work. Here we can exchange views, best practices in an informal setting, adopting a whole-of-society approach. This is why I am particularly honored to welcome delegates from the academic, the private, and the civil society sectors who will join the conversation along with state officials and government representatives. Together, they will discuss the resilience of communities through information and public participation and come up with innovative ideas to fight climate change at the international level. They will address the protection of human rights of all persons affected and take a look at the national and international human rights regimes in place to protect against the consequences of climate change. This cross-sector dialogue is key to the ASEM process. Only through mutual understanding, respect and cooperation between states and sectors can ASEM's objective of peace and stability, economic growth and sustainable partnership be realized. Luxembourg is a reliable partner on that path. As an outspoken promoter of peace and through our mandate at the Human Rights Council, we want to ensure that the dialogue happening here results in concrete and concerted actions worldwide, securing benefits for our two regions and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, as host of the seminar, Luxembourg wants to highlight the impacts of climate change on human rights. This is a field that remains overlooked, even if slowly gaining traction. Indeed, as the lands continue to dry out and the sea levels continue to rise, the inhabitants of the affected region, often among the poorest on the planet, are increasingly forced to leave their homes. It will be, if it isn't already, a matter of survival, nothing else. In that regard, Luxembourg is honored to have been nominated together with Bangladesh, co-facilitators of the Progress Declaration on the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. This declaration will be an opportunity to assess our achievements so far and to share a vision for the future embedded in international frameworks such as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which will help us to continuously improve the rights and the well-being of migrants and host countries. It is therefore with great honor that Luxembourg will present a panel discussion on the situation of human rights in climate change-induced migration later this morning. Luxembourg is driven by its commitment to protecting human rights, especially in the area of climate change. As we make our war towards a post-COVID economic recovery, the role of the financial sector is key. It will help channel sustainable investment and finance the green and digital transition. The development of sustainable finance is therefore a key priority for Luxembourg. In 2017, Luxembourg set up a joint climate finance platform with the European Investment Bank to mobilize and support investment in international climate finance, focusing on climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. Following these footsteps, Luxembourg committed 220 million to international climate finance, half of which will go to adaptation to climate change in the most vulnerable countries. This is the highest amount per capita of any country. Additionally, thanks to the Luxembourg Green Exchange, Luxembourg is the listing center for half the world's listed green bonds, providing transparency and access to sustainable security for global investors, accounting for more than 20% of global assets in ESG funds. As ASEM comes together today, we must continue our common commitment to ambitious climate goals, underlining the strong link between sustainable development, the fight against climate change, and respect for human rights. Especially today, ASEM takes a new importance in creating a bridge of dialogue, solidarity, and trust between our two regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please stay here for one moment. We would like to invite Mr. Morikawa and Dr. Boyd for the traditional picture.
Okay.
Please, maybe in the middle there, or
I go in the middle.
yeah.
You are the most important here.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
This is
From ASEM. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now proceed to the presentation of the report. Can I? Ja. Gust mag ik jetzt 10 Minuten vielleicht zu kommen?
Ja.
Ich kenne das Time. Nee, das ist okay. All right, thank you. Yes, Dr. Annalisa Savaresi, please. We will share this. Now we go into the more informal setting. You prefer sitting here? Or you do it from there?
I do it from here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So let me introduce to you Dr. Annalisa Savaresi. She's an expert in environmental law and on the interplay between human rights and environmental law for 20 years. And she has 20 years of experience working with international and non-governmental organizations. Before embarking on an academic career, she worked with non-governmental organizations and think tanks, focusing on human rights-based approaches to the environmental protection. Since turning to academia in 2009, she has authored more than 40 peer-reviewed publications on climate change law, emissions from land uses, and rights-based approaches to environmental law and policy, which have been widely cited, including by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Dr. Savaresi is currently Associate Professor of International Environmental Law at the University of Eastern Finland, and she also holds guest professorial roles at the University of Bologna in Italy and at the University of La Sabana in Colombia. We will also have with us, but online, Dr. Stelina Joly, who is an associate professor at the Faculty of Legal Studies of South Asian University of New Delhi. She is a visiting senior research associate with the Center for Emerging Countries in Private International Law at the University of Johannesburg. In the area of environmental law, her research papers have explored the north-south dimensions of environmental justice. Her book, Climate Refugees in South Asia, published by Springer, explored the legal and policy framework of climate refugees in South Asia. Dr. Joly is a Fulbright Scholar with the University of San Francisco and the recipient of the International Visitors Leadership Program. So we will, after the presentation of the report, we will have some 20 minutes for discussions where colleagues here can go to the microphones on the sides. Please don't touch them, otherwise we have to clean them again. COVID. And the colleagues online, they can put their questions through the chat box. So first I give the floor to Dr. Annalisa.
Thank you.
I'll stay here.
Thank you very much indeed for inviting me here today. It's a great privilege to address this audience. As you can tell, my timekeeper was already signaling that my time was off. I'll be diligent because I appreciate there's a lot to cover and loads have been said already by the preceding speakers. So today my job is really to introduce the background paper that hopefully many of you have already had the chance to look at. The job that the paper was meant to do was really to lay the background for the discussion that will inform this seminar over the next couple of days. And the work of this seminar and this group is meant to be divided into 4 themes. These 4 themes were picked by the steering committee of the seminar, and they concern the social ecological resilience of communities through information and public participation, so the cornerstone of environmental rights, And then we're talking about the promotion of the enjoyment of human rights by all those affected by climate change, a theme that has already been touched upon by the previous speakers. The third theme of the seminar is the green, equitable, and inclusive transition away from fossil fuels towards net zero. A very big challenge indeed for all our societies in both regions. And finally, of course, the seminar will be taking stock of what has happened so far in terms of lawmaking, but also in terms of law enforcement in the context of integration of human rights and climate change. So the report was trying to set the background for this ambitious agenda. And in this connection, I started from a rather basic premise. It's a bit daunting to summarize David's work in his presence, but this is what the report really tries and do. And on the one hand, I summarized what human rights bodies have said, international, regional, and national initiatives have said concerning the impacts of climate change on the enjoyment of human rights, and on the other, what the impacts of climate change response measures also might be. And this is perhaps the least explored area so far, but that really needs a lot of our attention now that we are moving towards net zero in both Asia and Europe. Just to restate the obvious by now, the impacts of climate change on the enjoyment of human rights are widely known. We're talking about impacts on people, but also on property that affects homes, livelihoods, and a wide range of human rights. And finally, harm to the environment, which itself has severe impacts on the enjoyment of human rights. So while all of this is obvious, perhaps we need to focus our attention, if the clicker lets me go to the next slide, which it doesn't seem inclined to do. Yes, climate change response measures that have been adopted have already highlighted some of the potentially perverse outcomes that might occur on the ground. The discussion in Glasgow in December last year were symbolic and denotative of these tensions. We really need to pay attention and really not lose the objective from sight. The issue of the protection of human rights doesn't go away in the strife for climate change mitigation. In the past, human rights bodies have already reminded countries, and here you have an example from Indonesia, of the necessity to protect, respect, and fulfill human rights as they adopt new climate change response measures, such as, in this case, REDD+. But closer to Europe, very recently, the Norwegian Supreme Court had an opportunity to make a similar statement in connection with the development of renewable energy projects in traditional Sami pastures. And this is another good example of how the race towards net zero emissions shouldn't mean human rights violations, especially of those that are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change already. So these are a couple of examples that focus our minds on the fact that, on the one hand, human rights provide a paradigm for climate action. They should really inform the way we make decisions about climate action and enforce climate laws. At the same time, human rights also provide a remedy exactly in those situations like the one that I've just mentioned to you. Many times, they are the only remedy available, really, to those that are affected by the impacts of climate change or the impacts of climate change response measures. So the report, very briefly, consists, of course, of an introduction where I summarize the main recent happenings in this area. We then focus on international and regional developments concerning the interplay between human rights and climate change. We consider the thematic foci that were behind the working groups that have been identified for this seminar. And finally, we discussed the way forward and what this seminar could do and discuss. Now, to lay a bit of that background, I remind you, although you probably all know already, that the Paris Agreement makes a reference to human rights and has become the first international climate treaty, in fact, the first international environmental treaty to reference human rights. And this is just another reminder of the importance and the centrality of human rights to climate action. In particular, the treaty makes reference to states' respective obligations on human rights. And it's useful to remind ourselves that all parties to the climate treaties have ratified at least one human rights treaty. Even beyond that, most of these parties have some legislation concerning human rights. So when we are talking about these respective obligations on human rights, we are not only thinking about international law, but we're also thinking about national laws and constitutional rights. The interpretive work of human rights bodies in this connection has been really important. The Human Rights Council, through the many resolutions that have already been mentioned, the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights, the UN Special Rapporteurs, including David, have really done a tremendous job in trying to put the pieces of a puzzle together and articulate what human rights obligations mean vis-à-vis climate change and climate action. At the same time, regional and national human rights bodies have also taken part in this process. And I think it's fair to say that a lot has been done, but a lot more needs to happen. And this is why the Human Rights Council appointed, indeed, a special rapporteur on human rights and climate change. Now, to reference David's work and the work of John Knox before him, what they have really said in the two important reports that I've already published on human rights and climate change, they articulated the obligations of states and the responsibilities of corporate actors vis-à-vis climate action. On the one hand, and almost obviously, states should legislate in order to address climate change and its impacts, but the legislation, of course, should be enforced. Furthermore, they should refrain from causing harm. And a good example of this was the recent saga in Norway concerning the issuing of new licenses for oil and gas and the obligation of the state not to cause further harm. On the corporate side, we have similarly an obligation, or a responsibility rather, to reduce emissions and to support rather than oppose climate policies, and equally to refrain from harm. Interestingly, if you monitor climate change litigation, you will know that there is a lot of litigation that considerably relies on this sort of responsibilities, also in human rights law. When we're looking at the procedural side, of course, the obvious environmental rights come to mind. When we're talking about the obligations of states, there is the obligation to provide information, to provide access to participation in decision-making, and access to justice. The corporate side instead concerns rather more specific activities concerning the disclosure of information concerning emissions, and the duty to consult those affected by measures like the ones I mentioned earlier, the creation of wind farms in Mexico being a very egregious example of corporate human rights violations associated with the creation of new renewable energy infrastructure. And finally, of course, access to effective remedies, again, for the victims of alleged human rights violations. So this architecture, this important background work that I mentioned in the paper, on the one hand, illustrates the job of human rights in the context of climate action, but also the advantages of adopting a rights-based approach to climate action. And here, again, building on the reports, I summarize it for you. But in a nutshell, what the human rights lens does is to really clarify the obligations of states and the responsibility of corporate actors vis-à-vis climate change. It is a moral imperative and really an important source of guidance in the important and difficult journey towards net zero emissions. It provides remedies to the vulnerable and the poor that are the worst affected. And finally, it empowers people to get involved and to get access to remedies. In this connection, I would very much like to give the floor first to Stellina Jolly, who very kindly stepped in to provide the overview of developments in Asia. So, Stellina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Annalisa.
I think the slides need to be shown again. I do not know
Is
if you
it
can
visible
see.
now? Yeah, I can see.
Very good.
So is it shown there, the slides now? I'm in the slide developments in Asia.
Yes, yes, they are.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Annalisa, for the background. A very good morning to all of you present. Let me first express my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this deliberation on a topic of extreme significance to humanity and for each and every one of us present and in any parts of the world. So as Dr. Annalisa has already explained the purpose and the idea which we worked on this background paper, and also highlighted the international developments relating to integration of climate change and human rights, I will be substantiating the legal developments which is taking place at the level of Asia. If you analyze Asia, which comprises of heterogeneous countries in terms of demography and developmental stages, many of the nations are slowly taking substantive legislative or policy measures with regard to climate change. Some of the Asian countries like Pakistan, South Korea, and Philippines have a reasonably well-developed specific climate legislation supplemented by a corresponding institutional framework. However, most of the Asian countries address the climate change concerns through a policy framework. For instance, India's international climate obligations are rooted mainly through the National Action Plan on Climate Change. However, a point to be noted is that whether it is a policy response or a legislative framework, the integration of human rights and climate considerations are at the infancy stage in most of the jurisdictions in Asia. Unlike coming to the regional level, unlike the European Union or many regional organizations, Asia do not operate with a single unified regional organizations. Instead, it has got numerous regional, sub-regional organizations bringing together a group of nations. And of late, they have been increasingly focusing their attention on the integration or interlinkage with human rights and climate change. So in this regard, as part of the background paper, when we analyzed this regional organization, with the two strands of thought which was there in my mind. The first was to look into the human rights regional organization existing and to see that how far they have integrated the climate concerns, and secondly, how far the climate coordinated efforts at the regional level have tried to integrate the human rights concern. So first we have the ASEAN, which brings together the Southeast Asian nations. ASEAN's analysis does realize that they do have an effective or a well-defined structural framework on the regional human rights mechanism. They have established an intergovernmental commission on human rights as the institutional overarching body in 2009. It was supplemented also by the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration in 2012. And pertinently, it is important to mention that Article 28, Clause F of that declaration specifically guarantees the right to have a safe and clean environment. I think that is an entry point for integrating climate change and human rights into the ASEAN region. However, a note of caution also has to be brought in here. Unlike many other regional organizations operating in other parts of the world, AICHR do not have the mandate to investigate or receive human rights complaints, and neither does ASEAN has a regional adjudicatory mechanism to decide on the disputes. But having said that, AICHR as the institutional framework has been organizing a very series of workshops, which has over the years has focused on various dimensions of environment, climate change, and human rights. They have highlighted not only the human rights impact on climate change, and has highlighted that the climate response or environmental response has to be addressed taking into consideration the human rights principles of equality, non-discrimination, and also the procedural human rights of access to information, participation, and access to justice. In this regard, it is also important to mention that ASEAN, along with other international organizations, has come out with a policy guidelines in terms of protecting the children's right to environment. One of the principles which is laid down under that policy guidance is to protect the children from the adverse impact of climate change. And this particular policy guidelines can operate as a signpost for the governments, the corporate, civil society, and other entities operating in the area of protecting the children's rights and the human rights aspect. Apart from this ASEAN, next is the BIMSTEC, that's the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sector Technical and Economical Cooperation. This is a sectoral-driven organization, regional organization, brings together a group of nations. And BIMSTEC has recently expanded its scope to include climate change also under its mandate. And specifically, the fourth BIMSTEC summit has agreed to establish an intergovernmental expert group and to look into the efficacy of a collective and coordinated climate change response on the basis of the CBDR principles and equity. So the reference to equity could be an entry point for bringing or integrating human rights and climate change. Next is a major organization, sub-regional organization operating in Asia is the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, the SAARC, which has established my university where I am working. So as far as the SAARC region is concerned, SAARC, which brings together South Asian nations, they do not have a specific declaration or an institutional framework on human rights. But in terms of climate change, they have come out with a host of measures and a coordinated or a collective actions, which includes the Dhaka Declaration on Climate Change and also the Thimphu Statement on Climate Change, which specifically takes note of the adverse effects of climate change and impacts on the lives and livelihoods of South Asian people. So that is an entry point which recognizes that the human rights impact of the climate change has been noted by the SAARC as an organization. And also the SAARC Social Charter has enough hooks, which when it talks about a people-centered or a participatory framework to look into the immediate needs of the people who are affected by the human distress. So along with these sub-regional organizations, I should also mention that ADB and various organizations has been playing a very catalytic role in terms of bringing climate awareness and also the climate action. Pertinently, Asia Pacific Judicial Conference was organized in 2020, which focused on the role of climate litigation. As Dr. Annalisa will be explaining in the later part of the presentation, even Asia has been witnessing a flurry of climate litigations. And this is important for the reason that climate litigation is considered to be one of the most pivotal, maybe mechanism to integrate the human rights concern into any kind of a climate action. So from that aspect and taking into consideration the kind of climate litigations which is emerging from Asia, yes, this conference tried to bring in what could be the potential role of judiciary and also how the human rights can be established. I have also analyzed in the working paper, we cannot perhaps talk of a climate change response without bringing in the role of private players, especially the corporates. In this regard, ASEAN has established a regional network, which is objective is to bring in a kind of a sustainable or a responsible kind of an enterprises. And as part of this network and the code which is developed, they impose an obligation on the enterprises to conform with the internationally recognized human rights document, such as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, and to ensure that they are not complicit in human rights. So similar to this regional development, which is taking place at the ASEAN, an analysis of even many of the national legislative measures or policy measures at the Asia level also highlights that many of the corporate legislations or company legislations are being amended to bring in this aspect. For instance, the Indian company laws and corporate laws are amended to bring in the more of a disclosure requirement or a corporate social responsibility requirement as part of the legal mandate. So these are all a very good entry points for integrating human rights and climate change, which is happening. And last, along with these regional organizations, at the Asian level, many of the national human rights institutions are also playing a very proactive role in bringing the climate awareness and its interrelationship with the human rights. The specific example could be the Philippines Human Rights Commission investigating into carbon measures, or the National Human Rights Commission of India taking a suo motu, seeking a response from the governments on air pollution. So these are all, I think, exciting initiatives taking place with regard to understanding the implications of human rights and climate change. So in a nutshell, I will say that at the national and sub-regional level in Asia, definitely a slow but a very steady progress is happening in terms of integrating the human rights and climate change concerns. Thank you. I will hand over the floor to Annalisa for the remaining part of the presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Stellina. So if you could bring up the slides again. Yep, now it's my turn to cover developments in Europe, and I'll be quick because I assume many in the room will probably be familiar with what I'm going to say. On the one side, the report captures the most salient initiatives that have been undertaken by the European Union as of recently, and I don't think I surprise anybody by saying that from the perspective of this seminar, the most interesting thing that is happening in Europe right now is the work that the EU is doing on due diligence and in incorporating environmental considerations alongside human rights considerations in its due diligence legislation. This is a very delicate legislative process, and we really have to keep our eyes on the ball there, because this is a unique opportunity for Europe to pass trailblazer, path-breaking legislation that really changes the game for corporate actors on human rights and environment. So we cannot but hope that we get, as a result of these legislative processes, ambitious legislation that really changes the practice of corporate actors within and outside the EU. In as far as the Council of Europe is concerned, I'm sure that, again, most of you know that there is 4 cases now pending before the European Court of Human Rights concerning climate change. Again, this is an important opportunity for the court to really establish strong precedents from a regional court that has a tradition for having a practice, a case law jurisprudence that is supportive of environmental interests. At the same time, there is an ongoing process, hopefully to develop a protocol to the convention concerning the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Again, all eyes on the ball, because it's really important that finally, I would say, the Council of Europe formally recognizes this right, therefore opening the gates to a better enforcement of this right across the region, rather than the patchwork that we see presently, with some countries acknowledging this right explicitly and some not. Now, let's talk a little bit about the thematic areas that we are meant to address in the next couple of days. The first one is reinforcing social ecological resilience of communities through information and public participation. Here, the background paper highlights two areas that are perhaps obvious, at least the use of extant instruments. We have the Aarhus Convention in Europe. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with it already. It's a fairly established treaty by now, which recently was adhered to by a non-European state for the first time. So something for the Asian partners to think about, the possibility of joining the Aarhus Convention, even if you are not a European state. And there is, however, new initiatives that are taking place at the national level that are really worth discussion, I hope, in the working group. There is climate assemblies popping up all over the place to enhance participation of the public in climate decision making. There is future generations legislation being adopted. And again, going back to what the earlier speakers talked about, the rights of children, the rights of the youth, and how they can be better taken into account when making decisions on climate action and adopting climate law and policy. And finally, as Selina mentioned, there is an ongoing framework for the development of environmental impact assessment in Asia, which is a great opportunity to mainstream in the EIA process human rights concerns. The second theme is the promotion of the full enjoyment of human rights by all persons affected by climate change. And I made a strategic decision, if you like, to start that part by talking about the matter of loss and damage. It has already been mentioned by the High Commissioner and by David. This is an enormous gap that human rights law has a huge potential to complement and help filling. There is so much we tragically know about the impacts of climate change, and yet so little is being done. Human rights provide the tools to bridge that gap. The Human Rights Committee has already said some important preliminary considerations in the TTIOTA decision, a controversial decision, but nevertheless is path-breaking for a number of reasons, and I'm sure that we'll have a chance to discuss this during the working group. So it's really important, again, that this group in the seminar addresses the matters that really are at the forefront of our agenda and really consider what human rights law can contribute and do here. When we're talking about the third theme of green, equitable, and inclusive transitions, I highlighted some of the developments that have occurred in this area, and there is a lot of activity here, but if you like, clustered. So we have the ILO, who has been active for a number of years now on its just transition portfolio of activities. There is international finance institutions, and we hear from some of these today, that have been working towards building human rights concerns into their funding instruments. And we really want them to do more, to be honest, including the climate finance mechanism that have been created under the climate treaties. And finally, there is a lot of discussion about how to do better corporate practice. The Business and Human Rights Center has provided important guidance on this, including guidance for renewable energy companies. But again, there is lots more that needs to be done, and I already mentioned the ongoing lawmaking initiatives in the EU in this connection. And finally, the fourth theme is that of taking stock of national and international human rights regimes to protect against the consequences of climate change. And here, we have already mentioned a few times the accountability gap that exists in climate law, internationally and even nationally. I've lived and worked in the UK for several years. one of the countries that has had the longest piece of legislation in terms of existence. It's been in place for several years, but there is an accountability gap. What happens if the targets enshrined in legislation are not met? This is something that is of great concerns across the continent. The Paris Agreement suffers for similar shortcomings. We are setting an agenda for climate action, but what happens if we don't meet it? This is an area, again, where climate litigation is showing the path. We don't have a lot of litigation concerning lack of achievement of targets. We have litigation that largely tackles lack of climate ambition and lack of legislation. But for sure, we're going to see more of this legislation as the time unfolds and we get greater maturity in climate laws. So this is, again, another area for us to think about and really consider what is the role of human rights here. And in general, how can we have better legislation, better climate laws, and better enforcement of the same by building better human rights considerations within this legislation and within its enforcement. So I think this is all I wanted to say for today. Now, what I would like to highlight is what can be done next and what prospects we highlighted for this seminar. We divided, or rather I divided the future prospects into international, regional, and national level. And I did highlight in particular the need for ASEM partner countries to engage vigorously with the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Climate Change in informing his mandate and in supporting his mandate, or her mandate, for that matter, and also to support this battered but important process that is ongoing at the UN for a legally binding instrument to regulate the activities of transnational corporations and other business enterprises. This is a unique opportunity, again, at the UN to bring forward an important agenda that has a lot of potential also from a perspective of climate change. At the regional level, there is a lot of ongoing law and policy making processes that have been highlighted in the report that require the attention of the members. And there is the litigation that I mentioned before, the European Court of Human Rights. Some ASEM partners are in the dock in those cases. So I think that engaging in a cooperative and constructive way with the court will be important in the context of this litigation. And finally, of course, we have the national developments that I mentioned, climate assemblies, just transition commissions, just to mention a couple. How do they work in practice? What lessons can be learned from the operation of these innovative mechanisms? When we're talking about recognizing new human rights, which is one of the things that we highlighted in the report, there is, of course, the campaign on a UNGA resolution on the right to a healthy environment. And here we have David, so you can talk to him on the ways in which this initiative can be supported, because it's really important that also the UN General Assembly gets on board in the recognition of the right. There is a lot of things happening at the regional level. Stelina mentioned a few, and I did mention others. But in the context of the Council of Europe, of course, there is this important debate on the additional protocol. Finally, at the national level, those countries that are yet to recognize the right to a clean, healthy environment should consider doing so, but even those that have already, they should not rest on the laurels. There's so much that needs to be done in order to implement the right, and a lot of this litigation that we've seen concerning climate change sheds a light on the path ahead for better enforcement of this right. Finally, and this is my last slide, what ASEM partners can really do in this area is to ensure that human rights are mainstreamed in climate action. As I said, this is a process. It has started. There is a lot of momentum, but there's loads more that needs to be done. I also wrote in the report, and on many other occasions said that there is a scope to use human rights mechanism as institutionalized pathways to highlight human rights violations associated with climate change, its impacts, and the impacts of climate change response measures. We really need to find out a lot more than what we know already in order to do better. And in this connection, there's a lot of lessons to be learned also from that litigation that I mentioned that is now flooding the courts all over the world for good reasons. At the same time, there is also a lot of need to engage with institutional actors, and some of them will be here with us today, in order to support the mainstreaming of human rights in the various policies that are being adopted across various institutions on climate change. At the national level, finally, especially for the partners in Europe, there is really a strong need to ensure that official development assistance is targeted to climate-friendly activities that are aligned with human rights concerns. And to be vigilant about the extraterritorial impacts of activities that are done here. We have had these examples in the past, biofuels. The use of biomass now is a very big concern in Europe. We really have to be mindful of the perverse outcomes that may ensue from climate policies decided here. And I thank you very much for your attention. I'm very happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you to both doctors for introducing this very rich theme, and for journalists it is of course more difficult to follow everything. So the floor now is open for discussion. I have already two small questions from online. Maybe we start with those, and then as I said before, colleagues who are present here, you can go to the mics and then ask your questions as well. But maybe starting with the two online relatively simple questions. One is, could you name the states that where future generation legislation is, then I have only 3 dots, but I suppose it's being there or already there. And the other one is also on the 4 complaints before the European Court of Human Rights. What are those 4 complaints, if you could mention those? So we start with those, and then meanwhile, colleagues, please don't hesitate to put your questions. Also, I have to say, unfortunately, because of time restraints, we have to limit this to 15 minutes, and then also the break, because you have had a lot of food for thought. The physical food will also be slightly reduced to 10 minutes. So maybe you could briefly answer those 2 questions, and then, yeah, hopefully.
Yes, future generation legislation was adopted, for example, in Wales. I don't think this is the only example, but this is one of such examples. And what this means in practice is that the interests of future generations have to be considered in a gamut of areas of decision making. And this is an interesting experiment. It's a recent experiment, but other countries are looking at the example to really do the same, because there is a genuine gap in decision-making processes when the interests of future generations are taken into account, and this is one way in which this can be institutionalized. So I definitely encourage people to look into that. The second question is a big question, and I will try to be quick. There is 4 cases before the European Court of Human Rights. 2 of them have been decided by, no, 3 of them, in fact, have been decided by domestic courts and have exhausted all so to say domestic remedies before getting to the court. The first one is a famous case of a group of Swiss elderly ladies that complain about the impacts of climate change, specifically on their group. And after having exhausted remedies in Switzerland, they have taken their case to the European Court of Human Rights, amongst others, for lack of effective remedies at all. The second case is the Norwegian case that I mentioned earlier, in which David intervened as an amicus curiae. And the case concerned the issuing of new oil and gas licenses in the Arctic, and a lot of NGOs got together to oppose the issuing of said licenses. Again, all domestic remedies have been exhausted, so the applicants have taken the case to the European Court. The third case is less spoken of. It's a disabled, or rather a severely diseased person based in Austria that has complained about the impacts of climate change on his own health and has again brought his case to the European Court of Human Rights after having exhausted domestic remedies. The fourth case, which is the most famous perhaps, is a case brought by a group of Portuguese children against a number of European countries, members of the Council of Europe, and the reason of their complaint is really about the impacts of climate change, amongst others, and it's a very complex complaint, on their rights as children, and amongst others, of wildfires that have occurred in Portugal in recent years as a result of climate change. These applicants have not exhausted domestic remedies, and therefore we have an opportunity here for the court to revisit its long-standing jurisprudence on the exhaustion of domestic remedies or not, and we're all waiting to see what happens there.
All right, thank you very much for these clarifications. So, any question from the floor here? Please, don't be shy. This is your opportunity to ask the experts. We have one. Maybe you could introduce yourself first.
Thank you, sir. My name is Atle Solberg. I work for the Platform on Disaster Displacement. I'll speak in a panel later. Thank you so much for the background paper and the presentation. Maybe I'm jumping a little to what we will talk about tomorrow, but also I find it extremely useful, the focus on loss and damage in Working Group 2. But it is contested as a concept and also empirical phenomenon. It's also slightly elusive. And I just want to ask you, so how important will it be attribution to climate change when we talk about loss and damage in terms of having the power of human rights and some of the limitations? I just want to clarify, I think it's a hugely potential to further the discussion to link loss and damage to human rights, but I think we struggle to pin it down. So thank you.
Shall I just answer? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. This is indeed a huge, huge question, and I'll try to be brief. Human rights are not ideally designed to deal with the matter that you've just discussed, because we are in the very unusual situation in which we know that a lot of harm will happen in specific areas of the globe, but human rights law is not designed to deal with future harm. Very exceptionally does it cater for such harms. And therefore, we have that strange situation right now of how to address those harms before they materialize and how to deal with them when they happen. In this connection, I always say the law is not even in its infancy, is yet to be born. We are yet to design appropriate tools to systemically deal with the matter of loss and damage. So what human rights law can do is to inform the gestation of these new mechanisms that we do need. And in the meantime, provide this important gap-filling role that is really necessary. And we can see already Kyoto being an example of how applicants are trying to resort to the gamut of remedies that are available under human rights law. But it's absolutely right that it's not a perfect match. And in this connection, arguably human rights law too needs to evolve to better encompass this situation, which is new, and as any new situation requires the adoption of specific tailored remedies. But that doesn't mean we should give up in the meantime.
Thank you. Dr. Joly, you want also to reply? Or I think I have one more question. That will be the last one. And then maybe, Dr. Joly, I give you the floor for a final comment as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
please,
thank you.
sir.
Thank you so much to both of the
speakers. My name is Matthew Scott. I'm work on human rights, disasters, and displacement at the Raoul Wallenberg Institute in Sweden. First, thank you to both speakers for the presentations, and it's a question for both of you. Also, unfortunately, given the context, it's a big question, so I recognize we can't answer it all. But I think probably people in the room and online will be thinking, or may have thought previously, about the tension that we face when it comes to the rapid, substantial reduction of emissions and the implications for the enjoyment of human rights. And I'm thinking about the slide that Professor Savarese had at the very beginning, where we saw sort of the impacts of climate change and the impact of responding to climate change. And when we think about that in a human rights context, we think about that idea about retrogressive measures and the concern to avoid deterioration in the enjoyment of economic and social and cultural rights. And how do we, and this is where it gets to be the big question, how do you find the balance, or do you see any insights emerging from anywhere in the regions or at the international level around just transition or something else? How do you actually deal with impacts on sort of massive drawdown of burning of fossil fuels and access to heating in the winter or transport? Do we have? Can we do this without serious, intentionally retrogressive measures?
Yes, indeed, a huge question. What I say is this. We know that there are no easy win-wins on the race to net zero. There are obvious win-wins, but there are trade-offs as well. I don't like to talk about trade-offs because immediately that evokes negative connotations, and I don't think there are trade-offs in protecting, respecting, and fulfilling human rights. At the same time, I acknowledge that when we switch fuels, for example, it is always the poorest in societies that are affected, and the present situation with the Ukraine already is generating much suffering all over the region because of the increased prices of fuel. Now, what I'd like to say is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel here. We have loads of practice from other environmental law areas where we have learned to better mainstream human rights considerations in decision making. So we have to learn from those lessons. We've not been good at that for a number of reasons, including silos thinking. But this is definitely an area where the new special rapporteur, I'm sure, will have loads to say, because there is a lot more of this policy and lawmaking happening now, and we really need to learn to be better and do better climate change response measures that don't affect the enjoyment of human rights.
Thank you. Dr. Joly, for final comments, please. And
thank you. I just want to supplement to what Dr. Annalisa said. In both the question, I think I agree with her. The first question was concerning the loss and damage mechanism. As she rightly said, see, the human rights institutional or a legal framework is not exactly designed to cater to these things. But I think every branch of international law or institutional structure, I think they have that inherent resilience to adapt. So when we talk about climate change as climate change in the context of a future generation rights, so we are in fact talking about the human rights of the future generations also. So I think you can draw the analogy of the future rights of the future generation to the possibility of a future loss and damages. But I look at it in a different scenario. The challenge of the loss and damage will be, even if we are able to bring in the human rights considerations, see the kind of the billions of dollars which is required to remedy or rectify whatever the possibility of loss and damages which is possibly going to be witnessed. So I think even if we have a mechanism, I think finding that rightful, whether it is the insurance or other kinds of the monetary aspect also will be very, very important, because it's not enough to have a remedial mechanism, but you need to have the wherewithal to implement that also. So again, in all these issues, I think the north-south, the dimensions and the perspectives will be very, very crucial. And the second question is about the just transitioning or the reduction of emissions, which can possibly constitute a violations or a reduction in the enjoyment of life. Again, I would look at it from a north-south parameters. So in the context of south, again, as Dr. Annalisa said, this may not be even couched in the language of that reduction in the enjoyment. But again, when you look at a human rights legislation or a climate legislations, which can have a possibly impact on human rights, again, it is the marginalized and vulnerable we are talking about, whose livelihoods may be taken away, whose who may be displaced with a certain particular renewable energy project. So we are not merely talking about, at least in the context of South, the reduction in the enjoyment of rights. It's the marginalized section. So definitely it is difficult to balance, but it is at that time, I think we need to look into the essential concept of human dignity and environmental justice and climate justice. I think these are a couple of paradigms we should base our action. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we come to the end of this session now. I would like to thank both doctors again for their presentation and also the public for the questions. So let's take a break of, it was originally foreseen 15 minutes, but it's only 10 minutes now because we're already half an hour behind schedule, which is absolutely normal in a setting like this, so I'm not worried about it. So have a coffee outside or something, a refreshment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
okay now? Yes, thank you. So I just introduced Ms. Mariana Ruiz Alvarado, Senior Social Development Specialist at the Environment, Climate and Social Office, and Ms. Moa Westman, Gender Specialist at Environment, Climate and Social Office of the European Investment Bank. Thank you for being here today. And the session is being moderated by Professor Robert Harmsen from the University of Luxembourg. So again, colleagues who have questions, those in the room can go there, and the other ones will send it to on the chat box. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. We're picking up then, I think, very much where Anneliese's report left off. We left off actually talking about issues of climate change, human rights mainstreaming, human rights alignment. Delighted here to have two specialists working in the area already introduced from the European Investment Bank. Given our rather limited time slot, we've already done a bit of a division of labor. So we'll start with Moa, who will introduce the EIB's climate roadmap, rather ambitious climate roadmap, having defined itself as the EU's climate bank in the last 3 years, and we'll see where that leads. And then Mariana will look at some concrete instances of how human rights are mainstream or aligned within the bank's work, entering the very complex terrain that Anneliese introduced in terms of all of the issues raised. We'll then open up the discussion both to people here in the room, and if somebody can reconnect me to the internet, to those online as well. So, Moa, we'll start with you then, and I think there's a slide to accompany this, hopefully, which I'm not seeing.
A slide, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, anyhow, we will start without the slide. First of all, thanks to everybody for inviting us here today. We can go to the next slide immediately, I think. As the professor said, we come from the European Investment Bank, which is the lending arm of the European Union. We finance projects in the public and the private sector across the globe, both within the EU as well as in Asia, and looking at both infrastructure and financial sector investments. So that's a little bit of a background. And we, as well as you, are acutely aware of that global emissions are reaching record levels and that the last 6 years were the hottest ever. As we have heard this morning, climate change is really having life-threatening impacts as well as human rights impacts across the world. On the other hand, according to the IPCC, well-designed climate actions that will limit warming can really prevent hundreds of millions of people being exposed to climate risk, but also to poverty and help further human rights. So at the European Investment Bank, we are convinced that socially responsive and gender inclusive climate action can also strengthen environmental and climate outcomes, but also contribute to human development and ensure a just transition. Like the professor referred to, we have developed our climate bank roadmap to guide our efforts in this regard. It's complemented by a number of other policy documents that we have in place, such as our environmental and social sustainability framework that we just launched a new version of a couple of weeks ago. It encompasses 11 different environmental and social due diligence standards and promote human rights responsive due diligence towards the projects that we support. Indeed, we are already the largest multilateral provider of climate finance. We have already aligned all of our financing with the Paris Agreement. We have stopped supporting traditional fossil fuel investments, and we have committed, thank you, we have committed to by 2025 dedicate 50% of our total financing to climate and environmentally sustainable actions, and that's promoting a sustainable development. So it's in this context of the Climate Bank Roadmap and of our other initiatives that we're really looking to aim to support projects that promote a gender-responsive and socially inclusive, low-carbon, climate-resilient, and environmentally sustainable transition. So we heard a lot of findings in the morning around the research, what is the policy document saying, but we are now looking at how do we do this in practice, how do we finance these type of projects to move action on the ground. So, for example, we look to finance projects that strengthens the resilience of people that are most vulnerable to climate change. We know that crops are increasingly failing due to climate change, threatening the right to food, but also that 90% of smallholders across the world do not at all have access to crop insurance, for example. So to support efforts in this regard, we have, for example, partnered with the Insure Resilience Investment Fund. It's really innovative in its way that it works through microfinance institutions across the developing world and combining loans to micro-entrepreneurs and smallholder farmers with insurance products against extreme weather events and natural disasters, really increasing the affordability and the accessibility of climate risk insurance products to those most vulnerable to climate change. More broadly, we seek to invest in projects that address gender and social inequalities around, for example, energy poverty. We had a question about that here this morning, or food security. In the EU, we know that 11% of the population cannot adequately afford to heat their homes. Today, that figure might be even higher indeed. So across Europe, what we try to do is to support energy efficiency investments in social infrastructure and advance the social impact of those investments. In Valencia, we're supporting energy efficiency in social housing, but also in the context of that project, looking at how are the housing units allocated. Can we prioritize single parents who we know struggle more to meet energy bills? Can we prioritize victims of domestic violence? And how can we look at the design of the infrastructure in itself? We also try to see how can we ensure everyone's accessibility and benefit from the infrastructure, low carbon infrastructure services that we finance, including the employment opportunities that are generated through such investments. Of course, globally, we know that women are really underrepresented in the workforce, especially when we look at infrastructure sectors. In India, about 20% of women are in the labor force, and here we see a real opportunity to resettle some of the past imbalances through green jobs. So to make, for example, the Bangalore Metro a more inclusive and diverse workplace, 33% of job opportunities in the context of this project were targeted for women who were also offered skills and development opportunities. But to ensure that women were in practice able to take up these new opportunities, the project promoter also put in place crash facilities close to the workstations, looked at maybe not schedule the women train drivers for the night shifts, and looked at different safety and security measures. Looking at it from a little bit different perspective, and something we also heard about this morning, is of course that people that are impacted by climate change often hold the solutions to it. We also know that women entrepreneurs are more likely to start sustainability-focused businesses, but often really lack finance to scale up. So in this context, we are also trying to target more financing towards women entrepreneurs and fund managers in the climate and environmental space. We have recently closed an investment in Jaspin Private Market Fund, which is a women-led equity fund that's targeting to tackle climate change challenges in Southeast Asia. It aims to finance SMEs that provide mitigation and adaptation solutions, specifically looking at agriculture and aquaculture, and that are also employing a large number of women and minority groups. But indeed, the transition to low-carbon societies also comes with certain challenges. In the EU, these are particularly prominent in those regions most dependent on fossil fuels and energy-intensive industries. We work around just transition, which was one other element outlined this morning, in close cooperation with the European Commission to help the territories and regions that are most affected by the transition. Our efforts in this regard are very much guided by national just transition plans and looks at how can we contribute to reduce the socioeconomic costs that these regions are experiencing at the moment. Yeah, I think I will stop there and let us continue.
Okay, thank you. Hand over to Mariana, and if I could also maybe signal to our technical people that I'm disconnected from the chat. So if we could do that. Mariana, please.
Thank you. So this morning we heard Madame Bachelet saying that human rights must be at the heart of the climate action, and for us at the EIB this is true. We require all our promoters, not only for climate action projects, but in general, to respect human rights. And this is done through requiring them that they integrate human rights in the environmental and social impact assessment process, looking at the 11 standards that we have in our environmental and social sustainability framework. And I just want to emphasize the fact that climate action projects can have very damaging impacts and risks on human rights. For example, when we talk about energy and renewable projects such as hydros or solar or geothermal, these projects use a lot of land and many times, or most of the times, involve the physical or economic displacement of people. And the process of compensation to these people and of engaging with them is very important. It has to be a meaningful engagement. And expropriation laws are not normally well equipped to look at this, especially when we are talking about customary rights or when we are talking about informal settlers. So this is something that needs to be looked at. And when the lands are, or the natural assets are those of indigenous people, then the situation is much more complex. Not every country has endorsed and follows the recommendations of the ILO Convention 169 and the UN declaration on the rights of indigenous peoples and require an FPIC process, so a free, prior and informed consent process. But for us at the EIB, this is a cornerstone of our requirements. A main concern that has also been mentioned by Madame Bachelet is the retaliation towards human rights and environmental defenders. At the EIB, this is a clear point for us. We have made a clear statement, and we have introduced this into our environmental and social sustainability framework, that we will not tolerate any kind of harassment, coercion, or threat towards those voicing their concerns, their oppositions, or their opinions against the projects where we are involved. So this is something that we have a very clear stance. But we recognize that it is not only about land rights or indigenous people's rights, but we have many other instances in which human rights can be affected in projects. For example, I will put a project that is a real example, not financed by the EIB, and I will not name regions or anything, but it was a dam, and the construction of the dam reduced the availability of water down the river. And there was an indigenous community that was affected. They couldn't have quality water to drink, and they had to, the women and children were tasked to travel long distances to fetch water. That affected the capacity of women to work because they dedicated many hours, and also of children to study because they were very tired after going fetching water. And also the scarcity of water had impacts on plants, the availability of plants that were growing in the area. Women usually use those plants to carry out economic activities. But they also were the food for the sheep that were parts of the community. And these sheep were used for meat, for the wool to produce garments and sell them. for the milk to produce cheese and other products, but it was also, so it affected livelihood seriously and right to food. But it also had another human right impact. Can you think about what could be? Well, actually, young men use sheep in that community to give the dowry for the family of the girl they want to marry. They couldn't because there were a decrease in the number of sheep that were in the region because of this reduction in the water, and there was that affected the right to marry, to form a family, etc. So it can go into many places. But it's not only about renewables. We can have public transport. Public transport is, of course, a key way of fighting climate change. And when we think of, for example, metro lines in dense urban areas, we think, of course, of where are you going to put your stations and your shafts. You're going to need land, and you are going to need to resettle probably people and businesses. And in dense urban areas, and especially in developing countries, we have a lot of informal settlements, and how the expropriation laws that I mentioned before can tackle that. This is not normally done. It has to be a different process than the legal one. But you also have the problems of the traffic distortions when you block streets because you need to create these big infrastructures. And normally the systems are not well equipped to compensate people that are losing business for the 1-2 years of the construction periods. And that can have serious effects on the capacity of people to move. And another point that is traditionally looked in environmental impact assessments, that is noise and vibrations, but is not comprehensively addressed from the health point of view. So sustained noise and vibration over a long period of time has serious implications on stress and cardiac situations. And if this is sustained also during night, because governments want to have works done quickly, so for 1-2 years, overnight works, that also affects and can have serious health impacts that are not normally well looked at in these projects. And maybe I want to do another comment about supply chain. That is maybe not so looked at, and hopefully the new proposal for a directive in the EU is going to have a change in that respect. So there is a shift towards electric cars, and that is very positive to reduce emissions and pollution in cities. But of course, it goes with the use of certain minerals with the current technologies that we have. So we have cobalt. We know for years what are the situations of extraction of cobalt, especially in DRC, with child labor, with terrible health and safety conditions that lead to fatalities and people being disabled for their lives. But also now we have to look very carefully at lithium and how lithium is extracted. We know in certain regions, for example, the triangle that is in between Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia, that is the big lithium triangle, the conditions are very serious there. There is serious depletion of water that has impacts, of course, on availability of water, the livelihoods of people, but it has also cultural rights because for many of the indigenous communities in that regions, the small lagoons that will be depleted with the extraction of lithium, those are the eyes of the gods. And so it has also an impact on the cultural rights of people. And of course, we know about the solar industry, and that has been very in the press, and there has been a lot of serious research on it, and the allegations of forced labor. And this is something that it's clear, it is not an opposition between human rights and climate change. This is not something that we have to consider. It's something that we have to deal with. We have to use our leverage to change the situation, but it's not choosing between human rights and climate change. And maybe I just want to make a comment. We are transitioning towards lower COVID restrictions, although there are peaks coming up again. But when countries consider the location of their large-scale energy plants and programs, many times these are located in areas with high biodiversity. And they require also the construction of long transmission line that creates a fragments those natural habitats. And this encroachment is a way of facilitating the pathways between the wildlife and the humans. There is going to be also more people going there for work for the construction or for the maintenance of those infrastructures. You will have influx of workers going into the area to work and to benefit from the secondary job opportunities that this is bringing. They are many times going to go into bushmeat hunting. And so that is a risk of emergence of infectious diseases. We will see a new COVID or a new Ebola, and this is something that we have to consider how we are going to integrate those kind of risks analysis in the decision-making process.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that gives us a very good sense both of the overall profile and portfolio of the bank and then some very interesting, concrete project-level examples of the very difficult balances that have to be realized as regards individual projects. I never would have thought of a dowry, I must admit. And yet you can see the very complex unraveling of these things. I'm conscious of the time, but I think we have time for at least 2 or 3 questions. If there are questions here in the room, if you could please, as with the previous round, make your way to the microphones or indeed online, where despite the technical prowess, I'm afraid no one has yet made use of the chat function. So if there are questions, if you could please make your way to the microphones. Awaiting that, maybe I could already pick up a point of discussion that we had discussed in preparing this session, which was the way that the bank engages with, conceptually, operationally, with the idea of just transition. And particularly how the bank engages in activities with that idea of just transition, both in Europe, where this is of course significantly defined by the EU's just transition mechanism, where the bank is the financial arm of that, but also in terms of its activities outside of Europe. And if this is, as it were, differently viewed in terms of its European activities, and I think that's a particular relevance here and other global regions.
No, indeed, like you mentioned, in the EU, our approach is quite clear. We do follow, the guidance of the Commission and then the national just transition plans, and then we have these public sector loan facilities that come in and support these regions to implement the just transition plans and really taking the national and local guidance. Now, if we look outside of the EU, far from all countries have these just transition plans in place at the moment. So our entry points and how to approach this is not as straightforward and clear. So this year, what we are focusing in on is to develop our just transition approach for outside the EU, recognizing that the contexts are very different from inside the EU. It might not be so much around only looking at coal-dependent or fossil fuel-dependent regions, but also who will lose out from some energy investments maybe not being carried out with the same type of speed that they would have done otherwise. So this is what we are looking to develop over the next year, and hopefully have some interesting news towards the end of the year.
Okay. Do you have anything to add?
No, just on the just transition front is that these questions about, for example, the supply chain and how the products are produced, it is also of importance for the just transition. We cannot just consider that the transition to the low carbon economy, for example, in Europe, is done at the expense of workers in certain areas or the rights of indigenous peoples in certain areas, etc.
Okay, we have a question from the floor. If you could introduce yourself, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. My name is Roald Ryland. I'm also from the Luxembourg Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but from the Directorate of Defense. In Luxembourg, defense is a part of foreign affairs. We have this 3D approach, what we call diplomacy, development cooperation, and defense. within one ministry. My question to you would be, I'm very much impressed what the EIB is doing, and given the cooperation that exists between the Luxembourg government and the EIB, we've been pretty much aware of it already. But to what extent are you managing through blended finance and other instruments to mainstream these best practices into current daily practice of commercial finance? Thank you very much. Because I think that we have to go by very practical projects to see how we can implement on the ground. How can we contribute to make change on the ground? It's very nice to stay in an air-conditioned room and discuss about principles. Definitely it's important, but we have to see how do we connect this to the ground level work. Thank you.
Yeah, so indeed, I mean, maybe I can start. We do have some clients that are already, you know, very aware of social impact and climate and environmental actions. And there, you know, we don't really need blended finance to push the boundaries and the envelopes. And there are plenty of impact investors that we also work with, and there we more, you know, support and enhance the efforts that they are already taking. But where there is, you know, a private sector entity, even public sector clients that we work with that maybe have not yet started or come as long in their journey looking at social and climate impacts, blended finance and different type of grant mechanisms can really help us to push the envelope. So what it enables us to do is to either put in place, you know, technical assistance mechanisms to see how can the design of your project be changed. Can we look at the way you're planning it, the way we're rolling out the infrastructure, which might come at certain costs that the client might not be able to cover otherwise. So that's where blended finance really comes in and helps us have those discussions and to actually change things in practice, whether it is around the design of the project, the implementation, the planning, or I mean the employment approaches and so on. Yeah.
Mariana?
Yeah, also we can use this technical assistance to help them either in the assessment process to ensure that the environmental and social assessment process has considered human rights and it's appropriate, but also in the implementation of the measures that are needed and the monitoring. So we support our clients in that aspect too. And I think also we are going towards rollout of our new environmental and social sustainability framework so that we can train also our promoters, our clients into understanding, and that also what we look forward is that they learn how to do that, and it's not only for EIB operations, but in their day-to-day business, they apply the same standards.
Okay. We have maybe one comment online, which I may reformulate a bit more specifically about the undertaking of due diligence. What I was quite struck by looking at the bank's documentation is the emphasis on Paris alignment with Paris principles in its own activities, but also as regards the activities of, well, what an EU speaker, its counterparties, in other words, its partners, with the adoption last year of the PATH framework, of looking at the overall portfolio of your partners in terms of not only how they engage with the specific projects financed by the bank, but their overall activities. Could you maybe say a little bit about that?
I can say a little bit about it, but it's indeed something that sits with our climate colleagues much more. But yeah, so we launched the PATH framework. And in essence, it's looking at also, yeah, what you were describing, the Paris alignment of our clients, not only in the project specifically that we finance, but overall in their work, in their operations. So we look to have all the clients aligned with that as well, and also provide them initial support to get there when needed.
Anything you want to add? Or?
It's
Okay, I think with that then, many thanks to both Mariana and to Moa, to the audience. A brief discussion, but one I'm sure we'll pick up again tomorrow.
Yes, thank you indeed for this brief but informative session. Now, the Minister of our next session is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Luxembourg has organized or is presenting a panel discussion on the situation of human rights in climate change-induced migration. And this is a panel of experts from civil society, academia, and the United Nations, and will take stock of existing practices both in Europe and Asia, and jointly think about concrete solutions to protecting migrants' rights. Ms. Elisa Jobson from the International Crisis Group is moderating the session. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome everyone. As I think a number of us said, this is one of the first in-person events that I've attended in over 2 years, and it's really great to be sitting in a room with so many colleagues and not just having to look at the screens. It makes a huge difference. Anyway, before I introduce our panelists, I just wanted to quickly set the scene and give you a sense of what we'd like to discuss like to achieve during the discussion. I mean, we heard earlier today David Boyd describing the impacts that climate change has had on ordinary citizens in Fiji and farmers and herders in Kenya and elsewhere. And I'm sure we've all seen ourselves the distressing images of damage wrought by extreme weather events and also those slow onset events like droughts. These scenes are sadly only going to multiply as climate change increases the likelihood that an intensity of storms, floods, mudslides, and wildfires in Asia, Europe, and globally. The result of which is going to be greater displacement and migration, both within and between countries. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, the sort of link between migration, displacement, human rights, and climate change. As well as being a catalyst for displacement, climate change also acts as a multiplier of existing threats and risks and exacerbates conflicts, something which we at International Crisis Group see a lot in our work. It also amplifies the discrimination against minorities and against women and girls. Combined with what we're going to see fast-growing populations, it's placing increased pressure on natural resources, which again leads to population displacement and also jeopardizes the enjoyment of basic human rights. Compounding this, as we heard earlier today as well, measures adopted to tackle climate change, such as constraining access to natural resources like land, water and forests, but also restrictions on the types of fuels that can be used, can themselves encroach on human rights. And while international human rights bodies, including the UN Human Rights Council, have in recent years increasingly devoted attention to the negative impacts that climate change has on human rights, much more needs to be done to ensure that fundamental human rights do not get ignored in the rush to mitigate climate change's worst effects. Given this, the panel today seeks to explore the links between climate change, displacement and human rights, and to better understand the specific protections needed to safeguard the rights of people who are displaced internally and across borders as a result of the adverse effects of climate change. The panel aims to formulate recommendations for states, civil society, and other relevant stakeholders at the national, regional, and international level. Our panelists will hopefully identify solutions that are currently available and put forward recommendations for stakeholders on how they can fully implement the relevant measures and engage in successful climate diplomacy. So just a little bit about how we're going to run the session. Each of our speakers will have 5 minutes to give a short presentation, followed by a moderated conversation before we open up to the audience for questions and answers. That's both for those in the room and online. For those of you online, please do use the chat box to ask your questions, And if you can, include your name and affiliation, but you know, don't feel shy about asking questions and putting them in the chat immediately. I'm joined by 4 panelists today, two in the room and 2 on online. Only one of which I can see at the moment. Oh, there we are. We've got both. We've got Vitit Muntaborn is Professor Emeritus at the Faculty of Law at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. He is currently, he was appointed in 2021 as the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Cambodia by the UN Human Rights Council. And today, Professor Vitit will focus on ways in which Asia could respond with more empathy and dexterity to climate-induced displacement. As I said, he's connecting remotely. Professor Vitit, you've got the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Greetings from Bangkok. First of all, thank you for the invitation to join this important panel. And warm greetings and thanks to also the Ambassador of Luxembourg who organized this from Bangkok, Ambassador Seninger, and warm greetings to the Thai Ambassador in Brussels, Ambassador Seg. 5 quick highlights and 10 key recommendations for the future very quickly. Number 1, it's commonplace to hear the statement that climate change causes migration. And the OHHR enumerates about 23 million displacements a year due to climate change. I think that has to be accompanied by certain considerations as follows. Number 1, some migrants, for lack of access to green energy, may also be compelled to use fuel and other facilities which are not so nice for climate change, for lack of options. Secondly, we are complicated now, or more complicated, by the variability of migration, closed and open doors which are appearing in various quarters of the region and elsewhere. And thirdly, let's not forget that particularly in the Asian region, we're dealing with half the region that's not very democratic. So when we talk about access to information or freedom of expression, assembly, etc., there are difficulties which should not be forgotten. And fourthly, precisely because of that setting, judicial transparency is not so transparent in some settings. So can we really depend solely upon judicial remedies, so to speak? And then fifth, we are faced also with what's been voiced already in terms of attacks on human rights defenders and environmentalists. So let's put that in perspective, first of all, in terms of the situation. Secondly, there are plenty of international standards on action against climate change, and happily, Asian countries do abide by them in principle, at least, particularly the Paris Accords and the Framework Convention on Climate Change. However, most of them are hesitant towards human rights treaties on some fronts and migration-related treaties. The only human rights treaty to which they're all parties is the Child Rights Convention, and very few are parties to the Refugee Convention, and as few are parties to the Migrant Workers Convention under the United Nations. So that's something to be borne in mind in terms of standard setting and acceptance. Thirdly, there are soft entry points to which Asian countries are amenable. So they quite like SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. They are amenable to global compacts on migration and refugees to some extent. And they are amenable to the various plans of action on disaster mitigation response, particularly the Sendai framework. So that's an entry point for engagement, at least in terms of soft law, so to speak. And in a good sense, also the Human Rights Committee came up with a recommendation not so long ago on non-refoulement in terms of non-pushback of people seeking refuge, so to speak, in terms of climate change displacements being recognized also now by the United Nations as an inducement to have others applying this across the board. So that's welcome in terms of coverage of climate change related displacement. Fourthly, we have regional and national entry points, which can be used to some extent. We have the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. We have South Asian Association. we have Shanghai Cooperation Group, we have ESCAP, UN arm of the Economic and Social Council in the Asian region, all of which deal to some extent with climate change. To some extent also we can encourage more coverage of migration and even some human rights related issues, granted that the latter can be sensitive, particularly on the political front. And at the national level, most countries now have some plans of action on policies on development, etc. My own country, Thailand, has a master plan on climate change, 2015 to 50, which prospects now, particularly reduction of carbon emissions by 40% by the year 2030, for example. We have a human rights action plan, we have business human rights action plan and so on. So there are entry points in terms of the softer engagements in terms of policies and plans. And finally, fifth, as an initial thought, particularly with the most recent international panel on climate change emphasis, I think it's very important to go beyond the mitigation advocacy to cover adaptation, particularly how to induce and incentivize adaptation, particularly town and country planning, as well as changeover from certain habits such as fossil fuels to solar, green energy and the like. So those are 5 initial considerations. And lastly, very quickly, some steps to the future. Number 1, to encourage ratification and implementation of the harder law issues, as well as softer law engagements. Number 2, to ensure respect for local wisdom and practices which help to elevate international standards. And happily at COP26, we recognize the contribution of indigenous peoples to forestation and preservation, for example, likewise in the Asian region. Thirdly, to avoid pushbacks or refoulement of migrants in need of protection and assistance, as well as the assurance that they will not be locked up in immigration jails if they are seeking shelter from climate change related migration. Fourth, education capacity building with a view to nurturing mutual respect and understanding and cross-cultural tolerance to prevent exclusion, alienation and xenophobia. Fifth, gender responsive programming, non-discrimination, please, interlinking between migration, human rights and climate change, together with responsiveness to vulnerabilities such as poverty issues, specific groups, children, disabilities, and the food insecure. Sixth, encouragement of more human rights impact assessment with due diligence, together with business sector, not forgetting, of course, the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Seventh, the advocacy of more liberalization of civic and political space with due regard to people's participation, enjoying both substantive rights and procedural rights. We hear about Aarhus, but try to implement that in some countries and you have a problem, sadly. And let's respect the role of human rights defenders and environmentalists, particularly protection from harassment. Eighth, the need to promote resource allocation and including recognition pro bono contributions and exemplary leadership, together with sustained data collection and monitoring on the basis of the proportionate principle. Ninth, to promote more accessible and affordable mechanisms, strategically setting out access to justice in an accessible mode, for example, easy to read, easy to reach and transparent judiciary, human rights commissions with local branches, environmental ministries with people's panels, and people-centered public inquiries and hearings. And last but not least, multi-leveled and multi-stakeholder cooperation, personifying transversal links between whole society and whole community approach, fostering not only material response, but also non-material contributions, particularly empathy for those who are on the move. And let's share well the best practices that we're talking about while avoiding the not so good practices that are also there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vittit, for laying out some of the entry points and also a 10-point plan for how we can actually concretize some of these. Our next speaker is Dr. Sarah Vigil. Sarah is a research fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute Asia Centre in Bangkok. Her research explores the interconnections between climate politics, migration, land grabs, and social inequality. Her recently published book is entitled Land Grabbing and Migration in a Changing Climate, and she'll be drawing on this work during her presentation. So, Sarah, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning. It's really a pleasure to be here, and thank you to the organizers for this panel, and to the previous speaker, of course, for laying out so many great recommendations already, which it will be quite difficult for us to add upon, but we shall try. So I think that all of us in this room here this morning, we know that migration and climate change really represent some of the biggest symbols of global inequality in the world. Over the last decades, there has been exponential attention from policymakers and the research community on what this climate and migration nexus could look like. So there has been a lot of attention on the biophysical impacts of climate change, so droughts, floods, sea level rise. What are all these events going to mean for human mobility, for forced displacement on the planet? However, there is a topic that has not received so much attention, which are the impacts of these climate response measures. So very happy to hear about it so much already highlighted this morning. It's not going to be only the biophysical impacts of climate change that are going to modify demographies around the globe, but very important, the types of climate politics that we put in place. Because we are already seeing, especially in the global south, that climate mitigation and adaptation measures are competing for natural resources with those which are already most vulnerable. They're leading to human rights violations, they're displacing communities, and of course, modifying migration in the process. So this issue called land grabs is far from being a new phenomenon, of course, but over the last decades, there has been a huge leagues as the appropriation of land and natural resources for environmental ends. We're seeing that the proponents of these land investments are telling us that a lot of land is empty, that it is underutilized. However, what we see is that a lot of the land targeted for biofuel production, for carbon offsetting, and for many other carbon conservation purposes is actually governed by customary, traditional, and indigenous systems of common property, upon which millions of the most vulnerable rely on for their livelihoods. As a way to justify these investments, local communities are often portrayed as inefficient, unproductive, and environmentally destructive. Therefore, this land should be placed in the hand of those who are more economically efficient and who can better protect it. So I've done quite a bit of research on this topic in Senegal, but here we'll talk mostly about Cambodia. And that not all of the people affected by land and green grabs have lost access to residential land. So a lot of people do lose access to their house and where their house is placed, but they've all lost access to farmland, to grazing land, to forest areas. And for those most vulnerable, losing land, which is the very basis of their lives, is accompanied by tremendous grievances and hardship. As many told us, our land is our life, so without land nor water, where will our people go? What we're seeing here is, of course, that it is not only the biophysical impacts of climate change that are displacing those who have already the least contributed to climate change in the first place, but it's also the impacts of climate mitigation and adaptation response measures that we are developing in the north. So a lot, those at the front line are also the biggest victims of a lot of our climate policies. Acting upon environmental change, land grabs, and migration in isolation or in binary manners can actually increase rather than alleviate these pressures. And as Dr. Boyd said this morning, of course, human rights must be at the heart of all climate action. If not, climate action might perpetuate human rights violations. So before closing up, we're just a need really to give a focus to the power structures that underline environmental destruction and forced migration. These are not pure accidents of a storm or of a particular investment. They are kind of a historical process of exploitation, of dispossession of vulnerable communities. And without it,
without paying attention to these power dynamics, the interventions that we are enacting can contribute to what I've termed as the third injustice of climate change. So where the most vulnerable are not only the least responsible for and the most affected by environmental change, but also the frontline victims of environmental and climate policies. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I was really struck there by what you said about the speed of land grabs, saying that that they're unprecedented since the colonial era. And I hope in the question and answer we'll get back more to this question of green grabs as well. Our next speaker is Maria Teresa Laurent. She's joining us remotely. Maria Teresa is a policy and advocacy expert working on a diverse range of thematic areas, including climate justice, sustainable development, human rights, gender and women's rights. She is currently advisor of the United Nations program at the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung. She's going to be explaining to us why climate migration is a feminist issue. Maria Teresa, over to you. Oh.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Yes. I come from the Philippines, in Southeast Asia, a country that's visited by around 30 cyclones or typhoons each year. The last super typhoon, category 5, hit the country a few days before Christmas last year. So you can just imagine that in terms of the vulnerability to climate impacts, the Philippines could be a poster child for all of these things. And we know our lived experience here is that gender plays a very important role in people's experience of climate change, disasters, and displacement. And for those already in situations of vulnerability, climate change and disasters not only increase the risk of becoming displaced, but also increases the risks experienced during displacement. So what we're saying is while climate change affects everyone, women and girls are likely to experience more gender-based discrimination during displacement because of pre-existing inequalities. Now, for instance, women and girls make up 6 out of 10 of the poorest people worldwide. 2/3 of illiterate adults worldwide are women. Women own just about 2% of the world's land resources. Of course, everybody knows that women earn less than men for work of equal value, and women bear the brunt of unpaid care work. So climate change actually exacerbates everything that women are experiencing. And although advances have been made on gender equality initiatives globally, disparities remain in both developed and developing countries because of deeply ingrained policies, social norms, which make women and girls particularly vulnerable to climate change and displacement. So we know that more women lose their lives, not due to physical differences, but due to social and traditional constructs that limit women's ability to protect themselves. For instance, restrictive clothing, being the designated caregiver in the family, can't go outside without the company of a male relative. And in the aftermath of disasters and while seeking refuge in supposedly safer ground, women face many other inequalities in accessing their fundamental human rights, social protection, gender-based violence, sex trafficking, and other forms of bonded labor. So there is a genuine lack of understanding of gender issues and how to respond to them. So we've been hearing a lot of, gender sensitive, gender responsive, gender mainstreaming, but for us in the feminist movement, a gender perspective does not center only on women or men, but it examines the structures, processes, and relationships of power between and among groups of men and women, and how gender intersects with other social categories such as race, class, socioeconomic status, nationality, education, to create all of these multidimensional inequalities. So what we're pushing for, not just in climate migration, but everywhere, especially in the loss and damage discussions, is for a gender transformative approach that aims to change the structural inequalities. For instance, how do you address the extreme concentration of wealth, unsustainable extraction, the distribution of resources, equitable participation in environmental decision making for climate justice. So there are true, no, our previous speakers have already mentioned that there are already many climate change policies that consider gender, but they inadequately address the structural inequalities resulting from climate change impacts and how gender and other social inequalities can compound the risks. So perhaps we can discuss this in the open forum, but we know that climate migrants, while everyone is talking about it, it remains by far an orphan issue. Now, while there's an abundant evidence of links between climate change and forced displacement or migration, there's no official definition of climate-induced displacement. And this lack of recognition, presents a lot of gaps and challenges that must be addressed to enable effective policy responses. So from the Nansen Initiative, to the Task Force Displacement, to the IOM, to the Global Compact on Migration, there are efforts to achieve greater coherence at responding to the immediate and medium-term needs of communities displaced by climate hazards, but they are less enthusiastic over legally binding frameworks to address the roots of vulnerabilities and the roots of the climate crisis. So for us in the feminist movement, we say that we need to talk about the roots of vulnerabilities and the roots of the climate crisis and frame it within the context of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, which by far remains as the most powerful protection instrument in the context of environmental displacement. No? Maybe this could be food for thought for everyone, but one of the Human Rights Commissioner of the Philippines who passed on, he said that people do not lose their fundamental human rights as they are forced to migrate. Now, on the contrary, this is where people need the most protection and what we can contribute to uphold, recognize, and protect climate migrants' rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maria Teresa, and thanks also for showing us, how climate change exacerbates pre-existing inequalities and also that link with other social inequalities. And I think something that we can perhaps consider and take away from here as well is this idea that there is no official definition of climate-induced migration, and whether that's something that would be helpful, that is necessary. So maybe we can address that in the Q&A as well. Be interested to hear what people in the audience think about that. So finally, here with us in Luxembourg, we have Atle Solberg, a political scientist from Norway. He's worked for the United Nations High Commission for Refugees and UN OCHA in Switzerland, the Balkans, and in Central America, and the Norwegian Refugee Council in the Balkans, Indonesia, and Colombia. He's currently the head of the Secretariat of the Platform on Disaster Displacement. And Atle is going to be focusing on pathways of safe, orderly, and regular human mobility in disaster and climate change context. So over to you.
Thank you, Elisa, and good morning, or we are already in the afternoon. So I'll try to maybe focus on one entry point for our discussion today, and is the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, the GCM. And we heard this morning that currently Luxembourg and Bangladesh, importantly, through the permanent missions in New York, are drafting and negotiating a progress declaration that will identify gaps, but also recommendation going forward on the GCM. And I will make a pitch for the importance of stressing the importance of enhancing pathways for regular mobility in the context of disasters and the adverse effect of climate change. And I think, Maria Teresa, you talked about sources of vulnerability. One source of vulnerability is that if people move across international border and there is limited governance rules, they will be exposed to potential human rights violations and abuses. And we need to strengthen those pathways. And the Global Compact has in its text example of policy instruments that can strengthen these pathways. So it's important that in New York they will negotiate a progress declaration in the International Migration Review Forum. In May there will be further discussion. So it's important to stress the importance of these pathways or the absence of pathway being clearly a source of vulnerability. Before I go there, and we have very little time, I need to just recap a little what we've heard today, and this is how my intervention has changed a little, given what I've heard already. I don't need to repeat. So we heard also from you, Dr. Boyd, there is a link between climate change and human mobility. It's quite clear. The IPCC report has convincingly told us that areas with low adaptive capacity, more exposure, small island developing states, they will see more migration and displacement in the future unless we fix climate change. We also know from Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, which is based in Geneva, that annually about 30 million people are displaced internally due to sudden onset weather events, also sometimes linked to climate change. And we know that the World Bank has estimated that in 6 regions we will see 250 million people internally forced to move due to water scarcity, sea level rise, and also lower productivity in agricultural sector. So the painting is quite clear. We need to prepare for these increased numbers of people moving, but we also need to start addressing fundamentally the root causes which are related to the adverse effect of climate change. So that's one thing I just wanted to recap. The second, we have also heard that being displaced triggers a range of human rights challenges, right to life, access to health, food, water. So being displaced can amount to loss and damage, and that's something we shall avoid to our utmost. So we have to build up our capacity to build resilience, adapt better, and reduce disaster risk reduction, or reduce the risk of disasters and displacement. We do know pretty much what would be those tools and frameworks we have to work on if we want to avert and minimize displacement. I would argue that we have, at national level, regional level, and international, quite a range of tools that we can turn to. And also the duty bearer's obligation and the rights holder's right are also pretty clear in terms of averting, minimizing, how we use disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. The thorny issue, and I'm trying to cover a very complex issue, and maybe we can go into the debate. The thorny issue is when people cross international borders in disaster and climate change context. Normally, these people will not qualify as refugee status. So there's very little in international law. So unless you are a refugee or an asylum seeker, or you can be protected by complementary protection or subsidiary protection, there's little guidance in terms of admission and stay. Whether you will be admitted to another country if you are compelled to move across international border, and what shall be the standards. The bad news, there's very little law and policy developed in this area, and that is something we have to work on. The Global Compact for Migration is the first attempt to have an international migration governance. And it's very promising, some of the provisions in the Global Compact for Migration. In Objective 2, it spells out how to address the drivers that may compel people to move. So the range of climate change action and disaster risk reduction are spelled out. So we can commit to increase implementation of these policy instruments. And in Objective 5 of the Global Compact for Migration, there are 2 types of pathways which are spelled out. Pathway in the context of sudden onset events, and how state can use humanitarian protection measure, use the migration legislation, use temporary protection in order to admit and let people stay on their territory. And in Objective 5, there's also pathway related to slow onset events and processes. So the message from me, and we need to go back maybe to the discussion about what exactly is the legal gap when people cross international border. But the message is that the Global Compact for Migration do have references to these policy instruments related to pathways. Let's use the progress declaration that are being negotiated these days in New York. And let's use the International Migration Review Forum in New York in May to reaffirm some of the challenges that Maria Teresa spoke about, the sources of vulnerability because of lack of international agreement when people cross international border. So thank you, Elisa, and happy to take questions or clarifications later.
Yeah, so I mean, I have one immediate question for you on that, on the Global Compact. I mean, do you think that it addresses enough the problems that could be created by climate change and on migration, and specifically addresses the issue of human rights around that? Do you think it addresses enough, or is there more that it could do or that we need to see in that compact?
I stand ready to debate that. I think the text is comprehensive. It spells out what needs to happen. The challenge, of course, is that the Global Compact is non-binding, and there is, of course, an implementation challenge. So that's why the Progress Declaration can be an opportunity, and I appeal to Bangladesh and Luxembourg to support in that, can be an opportunity to reaffirm the relevance of the Global Compact, but it also to reaffirm the need to scale up action. And that's why I spent some time on the data. We have heard from IPCC that we are woefully unprepared for what's coming next unless we are able to combat climate change.
Thank you. So we're going to move to the moderated discussion now. And I'd like to sort of go back to and think through a little bit more about what some of the main elements that national, regional and global instruments or processes should include to ensure that we have a holistic human rights-based approach to climate-induced migration. And also maybe think about some of the lessons that we can learn from past and present initiatives. I'm going to turn first to Professor Vitit, because it's been a while since we've heard from him. So, Professor, I don't know if you've got some responses to that question.
Yes, absolutely. I think that to start very simply at the national local level, particularly the sensitive area of cross-border migration, the first law and policy we meet is immigration law. So my advocacy is to humanize the immigration law by having a certain understanding of the plight people are faced with, and to have a certain humanitarian response, maybe to desist from applying the immigration law in an unfriendly manner, unresponsive manner, or maybe to have a humanitarian exception, humanitarian cases. Even if that country does not have a law specifically on the protection of cross-border migrants, or the country does not have a law on protection of refugees and so on. I think there's still entry points that we can work with. And this is one very key area of humanitarian approach for national immigration law and policy. The second one is the regional approach. And the regional approach in this region, in Southeast Asia, is ASEAN, basically. And we have to deal with all kinds of cross-border migration. But again, the problem is most countries are not parties to the Refugee Convention. Half or more countries are not parties to most of the human rights instruments, except the Child Rights Convention, the Women's Convention, and the Persons with Disabilities Convention. So basically, we're also looking to soft law entry points, maybe regional action plans and so on. And we do have regional action plans, mainly on the environment rather than on human rights. And the invitation here is to stretch those action plans a bit on EIA, on climate change, etc., to reach out a bit to the humanitarian side of covering protection and assistance for those on the move, particularly cross-border, to protect against discrimination and violence. And then the third element is to move really multilaterally. And as we've heard, of course, there's a bit of a gap here, because even if you have human rights treaties or migration treaties, the Refugee Convention, etc., the hard law stuff is not acceded to by many countries. So the entry point there is a softer law or soft policy instruments, such as the Compact on Migration, for example, or the Compact on Refugees or the Sendai Framework on natural disaster response. So let's use all the tools we have, but the message must be clear. Number one, no violence, please. Number two, no discrimination, please, at least in regard to the basics of life, such as food, water, medic, etc. And thirdly, don't push back. Don't push them across borders, please. At least enable them to stay across the border temporarily, at least, with due regard to protection, even if they're not classified as refugees according to the Refugee Convention or the Global Compact on Refugees. They still need protection assistance, and that is the crunch. International protection assistance, particularly where the national protection and assistance is inadequate. Thank you.
No violence, no discrimination, no pushback. I think we can all agree that those would be really useful and really helpful if we could implement those. I'm going to ask Maria Teresa now, see if she wants to respond to that question before I turn to Sarah and Atle in the room. Maria Teresa?
Yes, actually, we've been hearing a lot about, gender mainstreaming, bringing more women to the table. But while it is a good move, it's a good step in the right direction, we're hoping that it would go beyond, the tokenism. For instance, at national level, we would like to see a lot of countries doing gender impact analysis to identify specific gender-based needs and develop gender-informed programs, especially on evacuation, emergency displacement, long-term displacement, and cross-border displacement. But that's just one part of the picture, no? I think displacement is a huge issue, but there is also that issue around trapped populations. Those who may need to move but are unable to do so, do not have the capacity to do so. Those are also very vulnerable groups that we need to be talking about and how to protect them, So for us in the feminist movement, we're hoping that we could go beyond the tokenism of putting more women on the table, but really trying to put a gender perspective that would address those structural inequalities that make women and girls more vulnerable to climate impacts. No? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sarah, do you want to go next?
Yes, please. Thanks a lot, and I fully agree with the responses that have been given so far. But perhaps just to add a little bit, and especially when we're looking at Southeast Asia. So when we talk about climate migration and displacement, we know that most people remain internal within their own borders, so that a lot of them are within the protection of their own states. However, we also see that a lot of people do cross borders, and actually what we see is that a lot of climate, what could be potentially termed as environmental or climate migrants, are really economic migrants, because of course more and more economies are interrelated with the environment. So farmers that are dependent fundamentally on their rains and on weather conditions, as soon as that changes, their economies suffer. When you ask these people, why do you migrate? They tell you that they migrate for economic reasons. They will auto-define themselves as economic migrants, as migrant workers. And there we see that, that in fact, there are a lot of possibilities of bilateral labor agreements between neighboring countries, especially so between Cambodia and Thailand, Myanmar and Thailand, for example, Indonesia, Malaysia. And when we do work with these people, we find that these agreements make a huge difference. A lot of these people are moving irregularly. They are invisible. They are precarious. They are victims of gender-based violence and all types of trafficking, slavery, etc., and forced and bonded labor. And this happens because they are irregular and unprotected, and in a way used as commodities for the global economy. So in that way, migration cannot be an adaptive strategy. It doesn't protect the people crossing borders. And a lot of these climate migrants are your everyday economic migrants. So labor protections and ensuring, of course, fair, ethical recruitment, and that these migrants do not fall victims of slavery is really, really important. So I would call for a lot of bilateral agreements there.
Thanks. Atle?
Thank you. Assuming I remember what was the question, I think I want to highlight something, and maybe to support Professor Muntalborn in the power of national policy development. And we have seen in many countries the last 10 years that there's an increased reference to the challenge of climate change and disaster into national migration legislation. And this is, of course, still discretionary, and it's sometimes unpredictable. But in the Americas, we see more and more countries having migration categories that are defined or sourced from circumstances that compel people to move in climate change. They have provision to base humanitarian visa or temporary protection given these circumstances. So I think a good start are national capacity building or national policy development. Also given that there are limits, and this is of course debatable, what we can get from international law. I think we have reached the limit of what we can squeeze out in terms of interest and commitment. For example, no political interest to revise the Refugee Convention. You shouldn't do that either. Mm-hmm. There's limited international interest to come up with a new binding framework or obligation. So let's work on national opportunities, international migration legislation, and humanize those. I very much agree with the professor. What we have seen increasingly is also regional cooperation. So in the Pacific, under the auspices of some countries and the Pacific Island Forum, there is conversation around a regional human mobility framework for disaster and climate change context. In the IGAD region, in Africa, they have a protocol on free movement that makes references to disaster as a ground for admission. And in Americas, both in what is called the Regional Conference on Migration, which is member state-led, and the South American Conference for Migration is also member state-led, they have regional guidelines that are derived from national practices. So work particularly on that level and drive policy development, not forgetting or leave international law behind, but there are some stumbling blocks in terms of progress regarding international law.
Thank you. I think we've heard a lot there about what states, multilateral organisations, and what can be done at the sort of international level as well, and what regional organisations can do. I'd like to turn now to think a little bit about maybe what civil society actors can do and the private sector. So I'm going to turn to you first, Sarah, and ask you about what measures can businesses and private sector put in place to sort of ensure that human rights aren't infringed, especially in when we're seeing people being displaced from land in attempts to sort of mitigate the problems of climate change.
Mm-hmm. Thanks a lot. So this is actually quite an overlooked actor, normally the private sector, the role of business and the connection between climate and migration. At the moment, we have a project with the International Organization for Migration looking at this specifically. So what can the private sector do? Of course, in collaboration with states, because the private sector doesn't operate in a political vacuum. There has to be, the private sector should, of course, work within the national laws. The more progressive and human rights protections that exist in the national law, then the bigger chances that the private sector will have to abide by these. But we're looking at different labor supply chains and looking at what businesses can do to help mitigate their impacts. And of course, first and foremost, there's fair and ethical recruitment. So ensuring that the migrant workers that actually in a lot of sectors, especially in agriculture, but also in construction and in other economic sectors, these are dominated the workforce are largely migrant workers. A lot of these people are irregular. They haven't been recruited ethically, or they have been recruited through private agencies that actually leave them in situations of bonded labor. So they're going to have to pay a lot of debt. They're going to have to pay a lot of money back to the recruitment agencies in order to be able to have freedom of movement, etc. These things happen very much today. So of course the recruitment, ensure that that recruitment is ethical, that it's fair, that it doesn't put people in a situation of increased vulnerability from the get-go, giving people very little chances at integration, at sending remittances back home, at being able to prosper in their own migration. Of course, the private sector needs to protect the environment, and there has been quite a lot of advance, if we like, in environmental sustainability measures, at least on paper. There are, of course, huge infringements, but in a way it seems to me that environmental and social sustainability are sometimes divorced from each other. So companies will tell you a lot about what they're doing to protect the environment, to cut their emissions, etc. Whether it's true or not, it depends, because there needs to be some public accountability there, and not just rely on private-led certification schemes, which at the end of the day, that's not their job to unveil human rights violations. So less private-led certification schemes, I would say, more government and public-led due diligence there also, but ensuring that environmental and human rights impact assessments are done in tandem. So if in order to protect the environment more, you're going to violate human rights of your workers more, what kind of compromise is this? So that we must ensure that environmental protection is not actually a form of greenwashing for the private sector, and that it goes hand in hand with protecting the workers, which are the ones that are creating the products and the value. Decent employment, of course, absolutely. If you are working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, under a heating, scorching sun, there is little that migration does. There's a big aspiration in the migration and climate debate, which is making migration work for adaptation. So in this ideal scenario, the migration of some would allow them to get out of harm's way, and would allow them also to protect their communities back home via sending socioeconomic remittances, etc. So making migration really an adaptation strategy. This is impossible when people are working, are exploited. So everybody that moves normally moves and they try to find an employment. If that employment is exploitative, undecent, and discriminatory, this kind of ideal is a hypothesis that is just too far from the reality we're living. And they could, of course, also support integration on return. So somehow, if they have a lot of migrants that are coming back after sudden onset disaster displacement, trying to reintegrate the migrants that have been away and that would like to come back. But this is still in the making. There's a lot of work that the private sector can do, not in isolation, of course, from the public sector.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know, Maria Teresa, if you can answer this or any other of the panelists, but be interested to hear to what extent do you think that the people who have undergone or are undergoing forced migration due to climate change can themselves contribute to more effective implementation of human rights protection? In what have you seen things that have worked on the ground? What potentially could they do? I'll offer that first to Maria Teresa.
Yes, I think because it is the people's lived experience, how it is to be displaced, how it is to, have your life on the line, on the move, etc. They would become the best advocates. For instance, in 2013, Super Typhoon Haiyan struck the Philippines, leaving around 10,000 instantly dead, and displacing millions forever. So the Haiyan survivors got together in relocation areas, temporary shelters, and formed people surge. Now, this is now their organization where they conduct their own capacity building sessions to analyze their situation, the linkages, their vulnerabilities, government's accountability, corporations' responsibility. Because until now, almost 9 years after Typhoon Haiyan, people who have been displaced are now permanently evicted from their communities because of the government's relocation program that would want to convert their coastline into retirement homes for rich white people, elderly white people. So what I'm saying is it is very important that the survivors themselves, are empowered, co-power themselves in order to demand accountability, in order to demand justice. And for us in civil society, that is also what we're trying to support them with, by populating and advocating in different policy spaces, bringing some of their voices in these policy spaces. For instance, in the GCM discussions, we're hoping to see not just a progress declaration, but a progressive declaration. No? And we want to see how this will now impact on the UNFCCC discussions around action and support for losses and damages. So all these things, we all have a role to play in terms of advocating, in terms of campaigning for a rights-based protection agenda for climate migrants.
Thank you. I'd like now to open up the discussion to the room. If anyone has a question, please come to the microphones. I have got a question here that's come in through the chat, and it sort of takes us back to what Maria Teresa was said earlier about the fact that the lack of a definition of climate-induced migration. And Clarice Grace Fortaleza says, the absence of a legally accepted definition, or at least identifying their specific status, leaves stakeholders blind as to the accurate estimates of people displaced or those who voluntarily migrate due to environmental factors. More importantly, she says, there is no guidance as to the applicable rights and corresponding states' obligations towards them. She says this undoubtedly limits the basis of government and other duty bearers from planning and programming to address the issues and concerns. How can we as human rights advocates address this? I'm going to pass that one over to you, Professor Vitit, first of all, if that's okay.
We all like definitions if we can have them.
Yep.
And what's nice about human rights is that even if you don't have a definition, everybody deserves to be protected and assisted on the basis of non-discrimination. So actually we work on the basis of every human should be protected and assistance, irrespective of what we are, irrespective of our classification. So actually we're not starting from zero at all. We're starting from just very basic principles of the basics of life. And these are covered by soft law, hard law, instruments, etc., by custom. So I think start there. And we've heard already that it's going to be very difficult to have international consensus on a new instrument, for example, of a binding kind, such as a treaty. You're not going to get a new International Refugee Convention, I don't think, in the current state of affairs, nor are you going to get a new convention on migrants in the context of climate change. So we use what we can and we use what we have, basically, and that's the starting point. And secondly, because we do have something in hand already, the key is implementation. The key is implementation. And even for those countries that are not parties to international conventions, such as various human rights treaties or the Migrant Workers Convention, etc., they can still do something in real terms with a bit of political will or the policy that we're talking about also at the local and national level. So let's use those entry points as well in terms of encouraging good practices through good policy implementation, even if the hard law is not quite there in terms of compliance with international standards, 100% in terms of ratification, or even if you don't have a definition agreed upon necessarily. But everybody knows at least that everybody needs protection and assistance if we're on the move. Thank you.
Thank you. Atle, do you have anything to add to that?
Yes, I think I want to agree very much that the more you look into the different circumstances and also the different forms of mobility, you will struggle to pin it down to one specific definition or terminology. And I think the exercise should be the other way around, looking at what specific needs will people have when they are moving. And then I think human rights are an extremely powerful instrument to remind everyone that regardless of migration status, for example, there are human rights standards that are applicable. We are not starting from a void though, because we have the guiding principles on internal displacement, which refers to disasters as a description, or that fits the description of an internally displaced person. So there are certain instruments, soft law, also at the international level, that do offer some definition. And at the regional level, we have more. For example, the Kampala Convention on Internal Displacement explicitly refers to climate change, and by that, you will be defined as internally displaced. I think the key distinction, the more we look at it, is whether a movement is predominantly voluntary. I know I'm going into that complicated territory, but if people are able to plan, if people are able to anticipate, and if people are able to use regular channels, that has a different set of challenges than those situations where people are forced to move suddenly, forced to turn to irregular channels, and also in those circumstances where there are no other options. Let's say you need to have a permanent solution. And that's one of the scariest element of climate change, that you may find countries that will find themselves in a situation where you need a permanent solution to your plight. And that is the element of whether you can plan, whether you have a choice, or whether this is completely under duress and force. I think that can distinguish the specific protection needs that we need to answer. But coming back to the professor, let's not spend too much time on terminology, because that exercise has been tried and we are not really advancing much on it.
Sarah, you're sort of nodding in agreement with that.
Yes, I agree very much. I mean, I totally understand this kind of will to try to define, to try to label, to try to number, but actually, as Atli says, and it has been a very difficult and sometimes counterproductive exercise. It's somewhat impossible or futile to try to isolate the environmental factors from the political, economic, demographic factors of migration. So a way to look at it would be that more and more of these economic migrants will be, in a way, climate migrants. So climate change impacts the economic drivers of migration. Climate change impacts the political drivers of migration. So if it exacerbates situations of conflict, etc., we're seeing also in contexts such as Afghanistan, such as Myanmar, obviously people are displaced primarily because of conflict, primarily because of war, but droughts and climate change are making the situation a lot more difficult. However, because we already have instruments for political refugees, for economic migrants, depending on the situation, we can already try to use one of those, and I very much agree. And then on the question of numbers, unfortunately, when projections are tried to be made, we have seen that they have counterproductive political results, such as being used and harnessed to legitimize more close borders. So if you're saying we're going to have millions and millions of people going to the north, which is actually not empirically true, what you are somehow incentivizing is xenophobic, right-wing nationalistic governments to say, hereby we have a reason to close our borders more, to militarize our climate interventions more, which is in contradiction with the protection of human rights. So unfortunately, the numbers have done a lot of harm, not so much good, and I would agree there to kind of drop a bit the definition and number game a little bit, although it's important, but it's difficult.
Maria Teresa, I feel like I should give you, let you have your say on this. I mean, there seems to be in the room consensus that maybe sort of pushing for a definition isn't going to be the most productive. But it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I totally agree, and it's been a learning experience for me, no? Hearing our distinguished co-panelists talk about how it's important to focus more on the protection of human rights rather than get stuck by definitions. But the reality is definitions are still important, and if you're engaging in many of these UN processes, a lot of things do not move for lack of definition. You know, for instance, climate finance. Would you believe that more than 25 years already, governments have been talking about climate financing, and then yet now they're still questioning what is meant by climate finance for adaptation, for loss and damage. So I am not fixated with the definition issue, but I understand, you know, that it is really important, especially when you're engaging in these spaces.
Thanks. Does anyone in the audience have a question? If so, do come to the mics. Don't be shy. We've got another question that's coming online from Hongjuan Huang. They say that capacity building is essential to pave the way for countries to meet challenges of forced migration caused by climate change. What action can ASEM partners take in this regard? I'm gonna ask Atle to go first on this one.
Maybe not being an ASEM partner, we should turn that to participants.
Okay, if there's anyone in the audience who wants to identify themselves as an ASEM partner, I mean, what can you do in terms of capacity building for countries? No takers. So I don't know if you've got a suggestion for them, Atle. Maybe start with that, or Sarah. I don't know.
I don't want to duck the question. I think we have a pretty good idea that we need to use the entire toolbox, and that goes from all action to mitigate climate change, combat climate change through scaling up adaptation, disaster risk reduction, resilience, and we need that capacity at ground level. We need that where people are affected, and then we have to work upwards to regional and global level. I do think there is a growing recognition since 2015 through the Sendai framework, the Paris Agreement, the 2 global compacts. There has been decisions in the Human Rights Council 35/20 that speaks to these issues. So it's also about reminding ourselves these are commitments we have expressed previously. Let's implement them. That's the best I can do. Thank you.
Thanks. We're running out of time, and I'd like to give the panelists a minute each to provide any final remarks. I'll start with Professor Vitet.
Thank you. Just 2 caveats. Number 1, mitigation goes with adaptation, goes with participation. So that there should be no protection deficit and that there should be no assistance void. Secondly, on capacity building, we have a choicey toolbox. Let's have a look at them very quickly. Education, technology, good law, good policy, program and implementation, resources, money and more, mechanisms and personnel of an empathetic kind, data and monitoring, remedy and accountability, and space for change and reform, bearing in mind the partnership bridge building between state, business sector, civil society, and don't forget the victims themselves. And don't forget also the locals who are affected by incoming migration. So there should be no discrimination in terms of those who are sedentary and those coming in terms of the basics of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yes, I think that what's coming out a lot from this seminar is that the importance also on looking at climate response measures, what we do today, how we plan to get out of the climate crisis could either incentivize more human rights violations, or we could use climate action as a tool to combat inequality and discrimination. At the end of the day, if we are putting into place climate policies that are increasing inequalities between the North and the South, between the rich and the poor, between men and women, not only are we not actually cutting down our emissions, which we see that unfortunately after many years of climate negotiations, our emissions are still going up. So our technical fixes are not working. They are clearly not working. So we need to kind of politicize the climate change conversation, and I think that the human rights instruments are a huge, huge tool in that respect. This is not about rain and droughts. It is, but not only. These are politically created rains and droughts. These are not due to some climate faraway variability. We're going to need to make this conversation a lot more political than it is, and move beyond accounting technical fixes and these kind of false solutions that are not getting us anywhere. So
thanks. Yeah, moving to the politics, that's when it gets really tricky, though. Maria Teresa?
I totally agree with the proposals already mentioned by Professor Vitit and of course Sarah, but I would also like to highlight, that we are now in a period where people want to be hopeful. People want to hear good news. That is why there's a lot of this emphasis on pocket-sized solutions, no? But I think these pocket-sized solutions also distract us from the attention to having to fix the bigger structural inequalities that have led us to the climate crisis. So from a civil society perspective, what we are doing now and what we hope we can also find support in with the ASEM is to build stronger movements, linking the different communities, climate, migrant, human rights, development communities, organizations, and social movements, because now is not the time for pocket-sized solutions. Now is not the time for techno fixes. Now is the time for macro solutions to the macro problems that our people and planet faces. Thank you.
And last word to you, Atle.
Thank you. I want to go back to where I started so we don't forget the importance of reaffirming commitment to the global compact for migration and the importance of pathways. And pathways can also be providing development dividends. It can also generate remittances. It can also be a very positive experience. So the availability of pathways are important. And we don't need to be defining what type of people are moving using those pathways, because the Global Compact talks very clearly about people compelled to move in disaster and climate change context, situation where adaptation is maybe no longer possible. We also heard IPCC talking about we are reaching hard limitation limits in many places. So let's keep pathways open for those situations. And that is an opportunity we have to do a progressive declaration in New York, 17 to 20th of May. I like that, Maria Teresa. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think what I take away from this discussion is that treaties and frameworks for managing adverse impact of climate change on migration and human rights already exist. There's no need to reinvent the wheel, but on their own, they're not enough, and we need ratification, which I think is what Professor Vitit was saying, and I think what we've heard from everyone is implementation, and then also that this is urgent. We need it now. So I hope you'll join me in thanking our 4 panelists. I think it's been a really rich discussion, and I've been very privileged to moderate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.